Sì, no, perché così posso essere più breve, così da velocizziamo. Questo è vero, è un po' brutto non dare quel tipo di... Welcome to Pavia. So, dear rectors, executive board members of the Coimbra Group, representative of European universities, professor and people from administration, students, dear all. I'm really happy to host the workshop in Pavia, and during this workshop we will discuss the future of higher education. I really think this is a pivotal time frame for the evolution of our higher education collaboration, mobility, and innovation. I had the chance yesterday during the inauguration ceremony to focus the laureate degree and all what's going on around the several European alliances. I strongly believe that this is a very important moment, and we have the momentum. We need to insist, and we need to arrive at a conclusion in Europe about a degree label. Our European degree will represent not only an academic qualification, but I think that it will allow a more interconnected and inclusive education landscape through Europe. It's not only a matter of shaping highly skilled graduates, but Europe might have the opportunity to attract and retain talents worldwide, offering a unique cross-border educational experience that can enhance their global competitiveness, and I also think a European identity. Well, European degree represents the natural evolution of the Erasmus Plus program, which for decades has been at the heart of cross-border student mobility and international collaboration. But for sure, a joint label would represent a step forward, because we might deepen academic cooperation and equip students with skills necessary to navigate and thrive in a globalized world. Now, Pavia has always been an advocate of international cooperation and academic excellence, so we have actively participated in European university initiatives, contributing through academic programs and strategic collaboration. As I mentioned yesterday, we have here also a strong reminder. We are part of EC2U, European Campus of City Universities, and within EC2U, for example, we were in charge of 3 joint degree programs that have been activated, and I think they lend themselves to the European degree future format. It has really been a nightmare in terms of also administrative agreement, organization, trying to understand how we could manage it with the different rules of different countries. But at the end, we made it, and really, I think these 3 examples lend themselves into the right direction. Now, we have also been, as University of Pavia, representing EC2U inside Ad-Affiche, that is coordinated by University of Leuven. There is Matthias here today, and we will also listen from him about about what's going on with Ad-Affiche. But Ad-Affiche is just one of the pilot. Then there are another 5, and they are all contributing to the definition of the content and of the future laureate degree, but also they have been at the heart of the blueprint on European university that has released last March. Now, to conclude, because I want to listen to you, and I just want to welcome here, I think that the European degree will be more than creating a new academic structure, and it's about breaking down barriers, as I said before, enhance collaboration between universities, and in other words, allow building a future in which knowledge, diversity, and innovation can flow freely across European borders. So I really want to thank you all for being here, but also let me thank all the organization of this workshop, and the involvement, your involvement and insights will be invaluable in shaping the ongoing development of European degree. I'm very happy to have here 2 colleagues of mine, from the rector from Firenze University and from Venezia, and there is also the rector of University of Bologna. So we have also, as Italian leadership, a very important representation. So thank you very much, and I'm sure it will be a very fruitful day, and hope the best for the degree in the European degree in the future. Thank you very much.
And now I leave the floor for the greetings to Professor Tiziana Lipiallo. She's the rector of the University Ca' Foscari in Venice, and she's the coordinator of the International Affairs Commission of the Conference of Rectors of Italian University. Tiziana?
Thank you so much, Antonella. Good morning, everyone. And thank you to Francesco Svelto for organizing this workshop. It is very important that we have occasions and opportunity to share our ideas and also experiences in European alliances. So I would like also to thank your offices, your international office, and of course Antonella for the commitment in this adventure of the Italian alliances. The Conference of Italian University Rectors recognized the important role played by the European alliances and by the university participating in the alliances in overcoming the educational, economic, and social challenges that our countries and Europe are facing. As we said many times, the European University Initiative is a transformative process, and the real challenge for us today is not only to involve our students more and more, but also our academic staff and administrative staff. This is the challenge for us because, as you know, many colleagues have their international relations and they ask, why should I join the alliance? So maybe it's easier to work with the young generation, students and young researchers. The Conference of Italian University Rectors, as I said, support the Italian universities, and also our ministry this year especially co-funded the initiative since the beginning, and the last year they provided some funding, not enough, but still they provided funding for the alliances. And so we are able to develop our programs. And then we set up a working group in Italy at the end of 2022, facilitating the exchange of practices and ideas among the participants and the dialogue with the main stakeholders and policymakers. So the Ministry for University and Research, the National Agency for the Evaluation of University and Research Institutes, ANVUR, the National University Council, the CUN, the National Erasmus Plus Agency, the Information Center on Academic Mobility and Equivalence, the CIMEA. So we are pleased that the same pool of experts from the main stakeholders is involved in the discussion both at national and at European level. So it is very important to share good practices at European level, but also, as we said this morning, at global level, because outside Europe, they should know what are the European alliances. So focusing on the main theme today, which is the European degree is another important challenge for our university. Transnational collaboration implies implementing innovative and flexible teaching models jointly designed by all partners and leading to final qualification, which facilitate recognition and mobility. The management of international joint degree programs present medium long-term challenges, which vary depending on the size of the partnership, the level of educational integration, but also research integration, because the alliances are not only educational models, but also research, and we have to keep in mind the link between research and education, and of course the number of students involved. So the European Alliance represents a lab, experimental lab, in designing joint initiatives, European degrees, micro-credentials, which are very important not only for lifelong learning perspective, but also for our young students. And what is important, as we said many times, is a bottom-up approach. So the following steps should be the definition of national strategies and to implement the European degree in the Italian higher education system. At the same time, it is also clear that to activate joint programs, it is very important to work in synergy with other European universities and among alliances. We should work together and it is important to overcome, to solve national rules. So it is crucial to define a shared strategy that allows changes and that do not conflict with those of other countries. And this is also one of the challenges for us. In this respect, the CRUI welcomes the model for the accreditation of international programs based on the European approach for quality assurance, and our colleague Marilena Maniaci will speak about this today, issued on December 2024 by ANVUR, our Italian agency for evaluations of universities. So, in conclusion, our students perceive the European degree and the European degree level as an advantage for the quality of their education, and especially the acquisition of a European interdisciplinary and intercultural skills. And so it is very important that we recognize their curriculum within the European alliances. So what are the main priorities, Erasmus Plus priorities in 2025? As Francesco said, the recognition of European values, a prosperous and social Europe with equality for all, so the inclusive partner, so a strategy for inclusion and diversity, diversified learning and training formats, short-term group mobility, blended activities, and virtual learning. Our students appreciate virtual learning, and we know that since we don't have the possibility to send all of our students in Erasmus project, we should also implement online or blended mobility. And finally, I wish to thank all of you and the delegates for international relations in the Italian universities, which are really committed to this cause, and also our international offices, because we are starting to create a European Alliance office in our very small office in our universities, and they are committed to this project, and we hope the European Commission will give us the opportunity to continue this work. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you. I forgot to thank also the Crew International Office, Marina Cavallini and Maria Antonietta Ciclista, who should be here. Marina, I see you here. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. And now let me pass the floor for a further greeting to Professor Alessandra Petrucci, which is Director of the University of Florence and is the coordinator of the Education Commission of the Conference of Rectors of Italian University.
So, good morning, everybody. And let me thank, first of all, Rector Francesco Svelto for this kind invitation, and also to the organization for this workshop. Workshops like today's represent an important contribution, not only to the discussion of the specific topic of European degree, but also to the broader dialogue between European and Italian institutional realities. We share the goal of fostering an increasingly European and innovative higher education space, one that places the student at its core while enhancing employability. The presence of all the key stakeholders today makes this occasion particularly valuable for our universities. It provides us with a unique opportunity to engage in fruitful exchanges, share experiences, and adopt the best practice, not only from other national and European universities, but also from the European alliances that are actively involving all universities in a comprehensive effort of collaboration and integration. As we now know, in the field of education, such collaboration often encounters regulatory challenges and obstacles. The European strategy driving us toward the European degree has already enabled some progress for the Italian higher education system. Notably, it has given a substantial boost to adoption of the European approach for quality assurance of joint programs, and hopefully paved the way for inclusion of our evaluation agency in the ECHA register. This evolution serves as a reminder of the importance and recognizing the strategic importance of participating in European alliances, and more broadly in the ongoing process of internationalization of teaching. Now it's time to make a step forward. We are all aware of the diversity of higher education systems across Europe, and this is why the Commission proposed a gradual approach toward a European degree. Building the European degree is a collaborative process, which sees the collaboration of the European Commission, the Ministry, from all the European countries. But not only, we need also universities, as well as social and economic partners. But there are still many obstacles. Most of these are listed in the recently published FAQ on the blueprint of the European degree, and are the result of a pilot project financed by the European Commission. This value added for student and higher education institutions, however, is such that efforts are needed to overcome those bureaucratic hurdles, especially for students. They will have incredible opportunities to study in different European countries with mobilities embedded in the curriculum, and will have innovative joint degree program, most like providing them with more needed skills and competencies, difficult to be provided by the individual institution. The implication of these opportunities are obviously a higher and wider employability. But they are advances also for universities, professors, employers, and therefore for the society as a whole. The game is still open, but that we have to find a solution, and a quick one, because we are really at the crossroad, and in this very moment it is crucial to highlight our commitment to advanced higher education across Europe, ensuring it remains dynamic, inclusive, and future-ready for the students who will shape tomorrow. The European degree is the instrument most likely to help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inspiring word. And then let me pass the floor to Professor Pietro Carratta, which is Director Delegate for Placement of the University of Pavia.
Okay, thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure, of course, to be here. And of course, the European degree is a wonderful driver for the cooperation between European universities to set up new programs and joint degrees, high quality, global, and also flexible. Flexibility is very relevant to face the rapid changes of our societies and also of the job market, and also to be more ready and help to mitigate the many problems that we have, for example, in the mismatch, occupational mismatch in different sectors. In the last years, the European alliances have played a major role towards moving towards the European degree. And in particular, the final aim would be to make a European campus of universities which joins not just European universities, but also cities and the institutions which are present around the university. This will help us to be more resilient towards the rapid changes of our society. I want to make a point now that it is the right time now to set up these European degrees and to have high-quality European degrees. Since now we can profit from the rapid changes and the improvement that we had in the last year in education, in the methods for education and in the technologies. Just to mention, for example, the applications of artificial intelligence in education. In the last years, we have been able to set up different programs. Some of them have already been mentioned, and some of them have been set up also by Pavia University in cooperation with all other partners as blended intensive programs, which are able to join flexibility of the online teaching with the necessity to have in-presence learning, which can provide intercultural exchange and a more deep learning. Moreover, in the last years, we have been able to put together different courses which involve also lifelong learning and to be able to help the students throughout their whole career. These courses, for example, comprise transverse skills, not just soft skills, but also hard skills. And these transverse skills are very relevant nowadays in the job market, where one observes a rather multidisciplinary approach, which is able to put together students with a different vertical background to cooperate in a multidisciplinary approach, which can bring to innovation and to the transformation. Transverse skills are not just soft skills, they are also hard skills, and it is very relevant in the education, also the skills for the digital transformation and for the sustainability, as for example, the one recalled by United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. Another tool that we have achieved has already been mentioned are the micro-credentials. European Council in 2022 released the recommendations for the micro-credentials, and the possibility to have a digital certification of what we have learned and what our students have learned will help also their career and the continuous upskilling and reskilling throughout their whole career. So, to conclude, so far we have the right environment to set up the European degree, the right framework. There is still some work to be done, but what is important is that we are all moving together in the same direction to award our students a European degree. Thank you.
Thank you all for the nice introductory word. I think I also have a short greeting to give to you, but I will keep as short as possible since we have already online the officer from the European Commission. Just let you know that it's really a pleasure and I'm really excited to have this workshop going on today in Pavia. As Vice Rector for Internationalization, I had the opportunity to design and develop the European City, the C2U Alliance project, and I also had the chance to actively participate to the Ad-Affiche project, which allow us to discuss on the criteria for the European degree and also to foresee a possible solution for the obstacles that we identified. So it's been really a few years of exciting activity for me. I met many persons, I discussed with many of you, and I think it's really the time to help the European degree to become a reality. So this will be an occasion to further discuss where we are now and where we are going in the future. We have the main players also in this audience. So I'm very happy to introduce Jean-Maël Bidot, which is the policy officer on Erasmus Plus and higher education at the Directorate General for Education and Culture of the European Commission. Jean-Maël is really always friendly with us, and I'm sure he will provide a nice insight on where we are and which kind of step forward the European degree we can make and how we can be supported by the European Commission on doing that. Thank you, Jean-Maël. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. And first, let me share with you my gratitude for all the enthusiastic words I have heard before my intervention, and this optimism that you show toward this initiative, which indeed is about enabling universities, higher education institutions across Europe to do more what you are already pioneering in your alliance and beyond. And we need to hear your voice in this matter as much as possible, because you are the one that can make the European degree a reality in practice in the future. So in my intervention, I will give a brief policy overview of where this initiative comes from, where we are at now, and share with you the latest development on the initiative. So the blueprint from a European degree, it was published last year already. Some time has passed since the publication, and the debate has been vivid. A lot of things has happened since the blueprint for European degree, as a vision has been shared with the wider community. We've had, for example, the Draghi report in September 2024, which highlighted the future shortage of high-skilled worker that is likely to become more acute over time. Europe will be facing soon the need to have really high-skilled professionals to fill labor market shortages, labor market gaps that we can already identify in certain fields. I'm thinking about engineering, where Europe is relying basically on expertise from third countries, sometimes very far away from Europe, because we do not have the capacity to have the expertise in Europe at our level yet. So there is a need to reflect together on how we can address these future skills and how can we train people so they can fill these gaps. And of course, the whole idea of a European degree is to train people so they can acquire high quality education, the best education possible. And how can we achieve this? Well, a part of the answer is that we can work together as we have always done in Europe in the last 30 years, and building on our education policies on cooperation, strengthening each other's capacities, including, not necessarily only, some of the speakers mentioned micro-credentials, some of the speakers mentioned flexible learning pathways, but also joint programs and joint degrees, which we have a lot of experience at European level with. We have 20 years of Erasmus Mundus joint masters experience. We have experience of Marie Skłodowska-Curie joint doctorates. And now we have the European University Alliances that are developing more and more very high quality joint programs across Europe in fields that will be absolutely needed in the future. And what we can see that joint programs are a way for universities to strengthen each other. Very often there is a fear that something like a European degree could dilute the quality of education or could hamper universities' capacities to propose programs on their own. This is absolutely not the case. The European degree idea is to build on each other's strengths, pool your resources, so you can each bring expertise, your own expertise to the table, and build the best education pathway possible for students who will be the future professionals, the future researchers of tomorrow. And we are seeing as well, since the publication of the blueprint of the European degree, that the world is evolving into a direction that, puts Europe in a particular situation with big blocs that choose to have confrontation over cooperation as international policies. And this would question what we are planning to do at European level. Are we engaged into confrontational policies as well between each others and between these big blocs? Or will we build on what is and has been Europe's competitive advantage on the global scale so far, which is our capacity to work together and to work one with another and to build on each other's strengths over competing unnecessarily against each other and confronting each other in particular. And this should lead us to reflect on what we can do in the educational field to remain a relevant actor on the global scale. So the European degree policy objectives, as they were stated, they are threefold. It's about really creating high quality education so you can have high skilled workers, so you can have high skilled researchers in the future. It's about cutting the red tape we have identified so clearly in the last years, and thanks to the experience of European University Alliances, we can see how burdensome the bureaucracy can be when higher education institutions decide to create innovative joint programs. The idea that we cannot afford to have to wait years to accredit new programs in new fields just because it's too complicated to work one with another. We cannot afford years to look for solutions to solve administrative problems related to accreditation of programs, of spending enormous resources on constantly trying to figure out how to make incompatible legislations compatible with each other just because they were never designed for the purpose of transnational cooperation, just because when they were designed, legislators or regulators only had in mind the national context. We cannot afford to have so much red tape for our higher education institutions to work with another. And if we manage to have an enabling framework for them to work together, then this will only raise the visibility of each institution that participates to it and of each higher education system that participates to it. And as I mentioned earlier, this is about using internationalization as a driver for strategic cooperation and global competitiveness in a world that is not likely to give an easy time to Europe, including in the educational sphere. Luckily, and it was mentioned also by speakers previously, we also base our blueprint of the European degree or vision on real messages from the sector, real life experience from the sectors. We had 6 excellent policy experimentation projects that helped us to shape this vision toward a European degree. ED-Lab, ED-Affiche, Etiqueta, FOSAI, JEDI, SMART, they all contributed to this blueprint, and they helped us to shape the concept of a European degree. They reached out to hundreds of higher education institutions, thousands of students. They involved, very importantly, many national authorities and quality assurance agencies to give input, provide feedback on this blueprint, and to come up with something that makes sense and that help to solve current issues to have a more enabling framework in the future. This picture today is what I said earlier. We have an enormous amount of administrative barriers when universities are to work together. We often use this image of climbing up a mountain, and at every turn, you don't know what's going to come next. You never know if you're going to have to turn right, you're going to have to turn left. You never know if one particular aspect of the program will turn out to be a big problem because national legislations are not compatible. There might be differences in the use of ECTS. Sometimes the size of the paper of the diploma must be regulated. Sometimes the diploma is not even supposed to be on paper, but only digital. Sometimes some people must sign it. Sometimes some other people must not sign it. And you have to figure this out. We have examples of Erasmus Mundus John Masters, where the diploma of the students are printed 2 years in advance, just because it takes 2 years to collect signatures for signing this diploma. This is just one trivial example of how ridiculous the amount of work this needs to be put into, and how much more useful would be the work of the professionals behind it, focused on the educational part of the program and not the administrative part. How much more useful the efforts would be put into ensuring that education would be of high quality over just solving such administrative burden. So it is extremely complex, and again, it is not on purpose. It is just because joint programs happened in their own national context, and there has not been a tentative to have a systemic approach to joint programs. Yes, there has been tools developed in the context of the Bologna process, such as the European approach for quality assurance of joint programs, which is part of the criteria of the European degree, because we need to build on what we have agreed together on. But it's not sufficient. We need to tackle joint programs from their design till graduation, not only for the accreditation of the programs. The Bologna tools and commitments to automatic recognition must be implemented. And this is clear to facilitate transnational cooperation, but on their own, they will not necessarily solve all the issues that are related to curriculum design, that are related to the governance structures of the institution or of the consortium offering the programs, the use of mandatory teaching languages that may be incompatible between countries, regulated number of semesters spent abroad, etc., etc., etc. So we really need to have a systemic approach to joint programs and joint degrees if we want to have those in Europe. Other parts of the world are also developing joint programs and joint degrees, and they don't necessarily make the life of their higher education institutions as complicated as we unfortunately do in Europe. So the goal of the European degree is really to have a systemic approach to joint programs and joint degrees, and have this as a normal part of education next to traditional programs, traditional degrees. When you want to work with a partner from another country, well, there is a path that you can take that has been specifically designed for joint programs and joint degrees. And each legislation in different countries that would want to equip their higher education institution with it should make it possible in their own national context. As you know, education is not a competence of the European Union. It cannot be regulated at the level of the European Union, but we can propose countries to adopt a coordinated approach to certain issues, like we did with micro-credentials, and that we can also do with joint programs. And if the countries decide that they want to make their higher education institutions benefit from such an enabling framework, well, they can do it in a way that is coordinated and on the basis of a common understanding of what a European degree is. Of course, the European degree could only be voluntary. It would be up to the member states to decide if they want to have it in their own national legislation. It will be up then to higher education institutions to decide if that's part of their strategy or not. Do they want to have them or not? And they will be completely free to do so or not. We need to build on the existing. We need to build on a common understanding of what this framework would be. And this framework would be based on European criteria that were created with the support of these 6 higher Erasmus Plus policy experimentation projects. They are about how really joint a program has been developed and created, about the management of the program. Do you select the students together? Do you have designed the curriculum together? Do you have agreed together on what the exams will look like? Do you together award one degree to the students? It's about the learning experience, a learning experience of the 21st century with mobility embedded in it, physical mobility. There's student-centered that are open to interdisciplinarity. The time of having degrees that are in a disciplinary silo is probably over, as many said before as well. In your work life, it is very rare that you don't that you're not exposed to multiple disciplinary. They are labor market relevant. When you're doing a PhD, well, you have a co-evaluation of co-supervision from the different partners. And it's a European degree, so it has to be European. What is being a European? Europeanness is based on values, shared values of democratic values, openness to multilingualism, respect of environmental sustainability commitments, and in the case of research, respect the principles of the European Charter for Researchers, among others. So now the countries have been provided with this concept, with this European degree framework, and we have to see how we can make it work for an easier design and delivery of joint programs across Europe, to have something that boosts the implementation of the Bologna process tools. And it was mentioned earlier that European degree helped the boosting, hopefully, the implementation of the European approach for micro-credentials. And we hope to see many more programs, and European University Alliances also has helped to boost it. And we hope through this instrument to keep boosting the implementation of this instrument, with the end goal being to provide more opportunities for the students, for the staff, for the institutions, so they can benefit more from transnational cooperation that would be less costly exercise than it is today. As I said, the blueprint was published last year already. Since then, we had another important report at European level, which was the Letta report, which identified the European degree as a cornerstone of the fifth freedom, even identifying specific disciplines in which it would be particularly relevant for Europe to have joint programs and joint degrees, such as European degrees. We also have a new commission since the blueprint of the European degree was published, but the work on the European degree remains one of the main priority in the educational sphere. So there is a renewed commitment from the Commission side to keep working on this. This is not just a promise of the previous Commission. This is a long-term commitment to and a long-term goal to work towards too. And it is also included in the mission letter of our new commissioner, among many other things, like supporting the European universities, working toward better recognition of qualifications. The European degree is clearly mentioned as a flagship for quality learning mobility. So where are we now? Now we have had many discussions taking place at national level, and the discussion will formally start in the Council of the European Union in few weeks' time, in 2 weeks' time, actually. The different countries will express formal positions on the blueprint for a European degree, and they are the ones that will decide what will happen next. And therefore, it is particularly important for the sector to make their voice heard toward their own ministry. What we see is that while there are some countries that are very enthusiastic about this initiative, other countries might be more reluctant because they fear this could be either a loss of sovereignty on their side by opening the system too much to transnational cooperation, or by considering that maybe more time needs to be taken before we can move forward with this, which on the Commission side, we think would not necessarily be the most approach. We don't think we can afford necessarily a lot of time before starting to move forward. There have been extensive research that has been done on the topic. We have a concept that is mature enough to put in motion. And very frankly, I don't know what else we could do in few years' time on refining this concept that would not just be intellectual interesting, but not necessarily useful work. So these discussions in the Council should lead to, hopefully, the adoption of a roadmap for the European degree to become a reality. In order for it to be a reality, we need to have a common agreement on what it is, and this is defined by its criteria. So we hope to have a sort of mandate to work on the basis of the criteria that have been drafted with the policy experimentation projects, and to work in European Degree Policy Lab on implementation guidelines. How do you verify these criteria? How does a program qualify as European degree? And this is something that we want to work on very quickly on the European Degree Policy Lab, that we could start working this year already and to come up with implementation guidelines. Why not by the end of the year? A lot of work has been produced by the Erasmus Plus Policy Experimentation Project. It would not necessarily be very complicated. And then our proposal was to start testing moving forward with volunteer countries in European degree pathway projects, where we could see with them, with national authorities, how they could, for example, integrate this compliance check into existing quality assurance and accreditation procedures at their own national level. So we help them to have the right process in place to do this check at the same time as other evaluation they're doing, and help higher education institutions to either adapt existing joint programs or create new programs that would be aligned with this idea of European degree in what we call European degree exploratory actions that we could launch over the course of 2025 as Erasmus Plus calls for proposals. The result of this European Degree Policy Lab with the implementation guidelines, a follow-up of these projects, could be made public in what we propose European Degree Forum, which would be a yearly dissemination event to take stock of progress and identify future priorities. In the meantime, those countries that volunteered, either in the context of projects or outside of it, could start implement the European degree as a label, have a look at their national system, what would need to be potentially made more flexible for transnational cooperation or slightly adapted. And then the planning would be to come with a proposal for a recommendation on the European degree in 2027, where we would look at lessons learned of this exercise and mainstream the European degree across Europe, either as a legal type of qualifications or as a label for joint programs enabled into different legislations, leading to a situation where European degree would be mainstreamed all over Europe from then. So this is the ambitious plan. As I said earlier, we need the support of the higher education sector to make this a reality. We hear in discussion with member states that some, for example, doubt that this is of interest for higher education institutions or for alliances of universities. So clear message from the sector is always more powerful to convince your own ministries than messages from the Commission, or at least they can be very complementary. So we'll keep you updated, of course, on the next developments. One very good practice that has started is that some policy experimentation projects have been invited to interact directly with council members in the last week and in the weeks to come. And this is very helpful. But again, the voice of the sector should be heard, your needs should be heard, so we can come up with a solution that solves the issues you're encountering and that is useful for you, for and foremost, and for the students. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and I wish you a very, very fruitful day. It's quite fantastic from my perspective to see you dedicating a full day on this initiative, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a very nice overview of the status of the art of the European degree. I really appreciate you underline the fact that arrive to a European degree is not only a problem of accreditation, but is a problem to take all steps through the release of the diploma, because indeed working actively in a joint master in our alliance, it is, yes, a big issue, the accreditation, but if you arrive there, that doesn't mean you solve your issue. And I'm really happy to know that there will be some Erasmus Plus funding to support the, from economic point of view, the new European degree programs. If I can ask you a quick question, and maybe somebody of you guys will take advantage of your presence here to have a question, you can freely ask some. Regarding the policy lab that you mentioned, can you maybe just give us a quick update on how you think to organize and the timing? I saw that will happen quite quickly, the first semester of 2025. So just if you can share with us something more regarding the composition and how we can support this policy lab from our side, so as a higher education institution, because I agree, I think we should be there and discuss with our ministry and support the European Commission. We understand what you can do from your side and what should be our duty from our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, so the European Degree Policy Lab, it's our proposal to basically put things in motion. One I would say, excuse to not move forward that we often hear is that, okay, you have a concept, but you don't have all the technical implementation documentation for it, which in our view is absolutely normal, because first a political decision needs to be made and then we work on technical implementation. So the European Degree Policy Lab is about the technical implementation of the European degree. The Council takes decision what the European degree is, what it is made of, what qualify as European degree, and then we operationalize it in European Degree Policy Lab. We would like to launch them as soon as possible. We expect to have a formal decision of the Council in April, May. So these negotiations between the member states will happen until April, May, and then ideally we would launch this immediately afterwards to start the work as soon as possible. How will it be composed? Well, of course, one difficulty is that it's such an interesting topic that everyone wants to be on board. So we have to make sure it is manageable. Luckily, we have groups that exist already at European level that we regularly consult with, that where you have representative of each member state, representative of big stakeholders, organizations, like European university associations, European Student Union, etc., which could act as steering group of this policy lab. But then we need experts in these groups. So the idea would be that we would ask the member states to nominate experts to work concretely on, for example, developing guidelines for the assessment of each criteria, and that the Commission would compose a team of experts on its side, like international team of people that are very experienced on the topic and that can make proposals for the experts of the member states to work on to come up to a consensus. We want to have as first topics in the European Degree Policy Lab the drafting of guidelines for implementation that could be used then to start awarding European degrees, a group on visual identity, what will this European degree would look like? What kind of template can we produce? Like paper template for certificates, digital templates that can be used in different national contexts, what kind of visual identity? And then a third group, which is not necessarily focused only on the European degree, would be on developing a cross-institutional quality assurance system. This is one of our proposals as well, that if you are a stable alliance of higher education institutions, if you're doing joint educational provision, then maybe you could be evaluated at the level of the alliance in terms of quality assurance. And so you can create this provision in a much more flexible way. So these would be the three topics we'll start in 2025. And of course, we're always ambitious, so we would aim to finalize at least the work of the first two groups, ideally toward the end of the year or early next year. So for the first European degree forum, we could present it to the wider community. And I expect, of course, people participating to this group, thematic subgroups, experts from member states, to not know absolutely everything. So the input from the sector in general will always be welcome to help refine proposals in the context of these subgroups.
Sure. Okay. Any question that you may have? Otherwise, I think we can thank you. There is two questions. Okay, so stay with us. If you can present yourself.
Yes, good morning. Ludovic Tilly, University of Poitiers, Coimbra Group, ECU Alliance, and co-coordinator of For You for All. And actually, that's that last part that I would like to maybe comment back to you, Jan Mael. I hope you will also build on this newly created alliance of the alliances, which is For You for All, in your process of Policy Lab, because we do have a work package that is entitled Policy Lab that is meant to exactly serve this type of a dialogue between the different stakeholders. So I hope you will contact us. I
will do even better than that. I will attend every meeting that there will be on the topic in the For You For All, and I'm planning already to attend one meeting in the coming days of this preparatory subgroup. I understand it's still in the preparatory phase, but of course the idea is to have you involved in this policy lab. As I said, we learned so much from the experience of European University Alliances, and so much from those that engage in Erasmus Mundus joint programs, in Marie Skłodowska-Curie Action, that it would not be efficient for us to not involve you in the process.
Thank you. We have one last question, if you can present yourself.
Coco Norén from Uppsala University and the Enlighten Alliance and Coimbra Group. So thank you so much for this presentation, because it had so many clarifications since the blueprint came out 1 year ago. So thank you so much for that. I'm representing one of the countries being perhaps a little skeptical, Sweden, as you may know. But on a personal level, I'm sharing the vision of the Commission. But there's one piece of information that I sort of miss, and that is which kind of body or authority do you envisage will accreditate in the future?
Thank you for the question. It's an important clarification that we try to provide as often as possible. Sometimes we forget to put it into presentations. And I know this is a sensitive topic for many countries, including Sweden, as you pointed out. I must say most of the resistance seems to be coming from the north and the Baltics. Who would be accrediting these programs? Well, the answer is accreditation agencies at national level, or when there are self-accrediting institutions, the institution themselves. So the idea is not to create a European body, to be very clear. We do not want to have a European body accrediting these programs. We don't have the competence to do this. Very frankly, we don't have the resources to do it anyway. We don't have the time to do this. There's no interest. We want to make systems work better one with another. And that implies that these programs are accredited by in the national context, but accredited once by one system and then recognized by the other ones, as it should be, like in the European Approach for Policy Assurance of Joint Program. This is what it was designed for. So you go through one accreditation process that is then recognized in the other countries as a valid accreditation process, because it is based on a common understanding of what it should have been done and how it should have been done. So the way it is proposed is that if it is a country where there's this need to have a program-based accreditation, then you can do it through an accreditation agency on a program-based. If you are in a country where institutions are self-accredited, then the institution can accredit this. Of course, when there is an institutional evaluation of this institution, you can check if the right process is in place for the award of an accreditation of these European degrees. But as I say, the goal is not to create a European monster for accreditation on the top of it. And this is a message that we try to make as clear as possible to reassure the more skeptical countries.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy with that answer.
Thank you so much, Yamela. I think we have to go forward. So thanks again for presenting us the update vision of the European degree, and I let the podium to the next section. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I invited the speaker of the next section to come on the podium.
I will have the honor to sit on the chair of the rector of the University of Pavia. If that happens once in your lifetime, you probably consider you have succeeded. So as we are setting the scene, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Ludovic Tilly. I'm a Vice Rector at the University of Poitiers in France. I'm coordinating the ECU Alliance and the chair of the Coimbra Group Executive Board. And I have the pleasure to moderate this panel of highly skilled and expertised colleagues who are involved in several alliances, because now the session is indeed to bring the perspective from the alliances to this future of the European degree. So we agreed that each of them will have no more than 10 minutes, so that will be my duty to be the timekeeper. So when you start to hear something like this, that means you have to hurry up. And then when you will see me standing and coming next to you, it means that you really have to stop. And the next step, I don't want to tell. So we also agreed that we will follow the name order that is in the program. So it's my pleasure to first introduce Mara Tiene, who is the delegate on joint degree and international ranking at the University of Padova, and also representing Arcus Alliance. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think I need the... Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will stick to the 10 minutes for sure. Let me first thank you, a warm thank to the organizers for these wonderful opportunities that gives me the possibility to talk about the perspective from the Arcus Alliance viewpoint towards the European degrees. I will first start with the focus on the joint programs. Just a few words to introduce the Arcus Alliance. It is one of the alliances. It encompasses 9 universities. The University of Granada is the coordinator with Professor Dorothy Kelly, and then University of Leipzig, Graz, Lyon 1, Wrocław, Maynooth, and Vilnius. It is based on a long-standing collaboration across these universities, and just to give you an idea, the number of students is up to more than 300,000, and importantly, for the topic of today, the mobilities within Arcus are every year more than 350. Now, what is the key vision and the achievements that Arcus has been working on during the past years? Let me first mention that the first joint program that was officially instated dates back to 1989. And then, of course, we come to a more recent period, 2004, 2024, where basically all universities involved in Arcus were somehow involved in an Erasmus Mundus joint master program. Then, of course, the mission statement, as any other alliance, a very relevant importance to and commitment to the promotion of joint programs and joint academic activities in a variety of forms. We developed and we delivered actually joint programs since 2019. We started with 3 full joint programs that were set up ex novo, and importantly also, given what has been on the table today and has been mentioned, 2 of them have been accredited following the European approach. There are then currently 6 others that are under development. They will both focus on the bachelor level and the master level. And then, of course, a number of joint short terms and other learning experience, think about micro-credentials, MOOCs, and so have been developed. These are the 3 joint programs: European Studies and International Cybersecurity in the Cyber Intelligence, accredited towards following the European approach, and then a joint master in translation. quite a bit of activity in order to improve the developing of the joint masters. A call for seed funding was delivered last year by Arcus to support the implementation of additional joint programs. 6 were selected under this call, and importantly, the idea of this that are under development is actually to try to test the European degree label, so the criteria of the European degree label. We'll see what it will happen actually. A number of activity in terms of the staff support, 3 modules last year for at the beginners levels, and then in the autumn other staff training courses to support actually and to help academics that are involved in these quite demanding activities. Let's now turn quickly to the European degree. More specifically, I would mention 2 main topics maybe that are worth to be mentioned. The first one is the coordination of the ED Lab project. So this project, this was one of the 6 policy projects that were funded by the European Commission. Those projects have been mentioned at length this morning. The idea was actually to test the viability of this European degree label. And the second one is the position paper that has been released recently, end of October last year, by Arcus, following the experience that was gathered based on the pilot projects. So the ED Lab project, I have just 1 or 2 slides because this was presented together with colleagues from other projects in other settings. Just to give you the idea, really important, so 2 things are worth mentioning. The first is that a great opportunity to network and to work together with other alliances. Beyond Arcus, we work with Enlight, Utopia, and CEU. This really gave us the opportunity to involve 13 full partners from 5 different countries. And second important thing was the approach that we actually had to set up a network, a collaboration at national level with other projects as well, in terms of a dialogue, opening a dialogue with national ministries and quality assurance agencies. And these people, of course, are here today, and we will hear from them. To us, this was very important to start this process, not as an individual universities or just as a single alliance, but together with other alliances. So objectives and activities, as it has been already said, mapping and screening of existing joint programs. We try to be very quantitative, thereby implying that we mapped almost 500 joint programs from 22 universities. And we then focus on the fulfillment of criteria, so we screen them on 155 projects. As it has been mentioned, we also worked a lot on the barriers, and then quite a bit of work on the global attractiveness. I really appreciated the words by Rector Svelto this morning on a nightmare. So we all know that this can be a nightmare. We all agree on this. So what we tried to do was really, is it worth? Why should it be worth all this effort? There has to be something that's important and relevant. Jean-Maël Bidot has described this morning, so that's it. And then the final part, the operationalization, that's another thing. The real, procedure for the issue of the format of the certification in itself. Arcus position paper on the European degree, this was again released late October, and it's very nice to see how a lot of these thoughts that are into this position paper appear, so to say, in this FAQ document that has been discussed this morning, that was released end of December, I believe. So the importance of the degree label as a marker of excellence. it is really important to be seen as an intermediate step toward the European degree to allow all the work that has been done so far, so to say. The scope of label of application, the importance that criteria are the same, but then can be different for example, for AQF, that is the PhD level. Criteria that have to be, yes, mandatory, but also clear and transparent. And importantly, they also need to be explicitly related to the ESG, so the environmental, social, government standards, and again, to the European approach for quality assurance. This in order to avoid the duplication effort. The award certification, yes, it is important to that those are awarded by a centrally and registered entity, that is the database of the ECHR registers, and then very well welcome the funding parts that has been mentioned this morning in order to support not only the mobility but also the development and the design phase of these projects. Of course, future steps, Arcus underlines the importance to be part of the process from the very beginning to the end. So again, the words of Yamel Bidot has been very important. I am finished almost, so just a few slides, last slides. The contribution to policy debates. This was a national conference held in Italy last year, the first on European degree. Most of the people who are here today, also at this table, were participated. Thank you again, Antonella, for this. One last word. At the end of this conference, we decided at national level to set up a national formalizer, a national working group on European degrees in order to actually make a further step on the process and the approach that we actually adopted. And this group exists and will, I think will be a nice opportunity for the future to work together. Other national conferences in Spain, and then of course the international conference that was organized by the European Commission at the end of April last year, and then a session of EAIE given by, of course, our coordinator, Professor Dorothy Kelly, and I think it's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mara. We propose that all the speakers will do their presentation, then hopefully if they have been sharp on time, there will be time for question and answers. So let's move now to the second speaker, Meritxell Chavez, who is from the University of Barcelona and Secretary General of the Charm EU Alliance. Meritxell.
I think I need to stand because part of the people cannot.
Oh yeah, they will not see you.
It's okay.
Indeed. Yeah.
Okay, first of all, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to be with colleagues of ED-Affiche, not only, but we are very close alliance, all of us. So this is the alliance. We expanded from left side of the slide to the right, adding some geographical and inclusive diversity on the type of institutions. This is what Charm offers, that is not very different from the others, but I want to highlight that everything that is a core activity in Charm is as test beds. We are creating things from scratch, always trying to be innovative, and also keeping really intercultural. We are not moving from one culture to another, but mixing everything from the beginning. We had success and very well-known icebreaker master, but we are moving to innovative doctorate, Erasmus Mundus, and micro-credentials. Also, we have inclusivity on our core values. So these are some of the things. The last one is that we want to be transferable, so we try to put everything as a part of the toolkit. And also, for you to understand, this first program was not just a program. It was the way we build the alliance. We test structures, resourcing, and so on. So we create the values of the Alliance, the educational principles, how to organize academic and transdisciplinary teams, how to put in place innovative teaching and learning strategies, tools, hybrid classrooms, joint support structures, boards, and an important professional development and educationalist support. So we have educational institution support in the academics, and this is what ends in the master. We started in 2021. We were the first under the Alliance initiative starting, and we built this with the criteria. There were not the criteria they are now, but they were more or less in the call. And why we did that? Because the Commission said that? No, because we thought it was meaningful, really. We are now in the new version. We have done 4 editions. We have gone through a European approach twice now. We are integrated the 9 partners, so we will have a joint with 9 partners, and I think it's a miracle. So I have put there how this fills the criteria, and just to remark something. We really have everything joined. Joint admissions, unique tuition fees, joint rules and regulations, joint permits. Everything is joint. It's challenge-based, research-oriented, and the student can bring their challenge to the program. Transdisciplinary, this is in the base, with mobility of all types embedded. We started with a first semester where cross-campus teams for the semester are compulsory mobility and some VIPs. The students are enrolled in all the universities, so they have access to all the services, and so on, okay? So this has been a journey for us, and now it's real, okay? This is the more emotional part, no? You have some numbers here, you have the parchment, the diploma supplement that has 20 pages, and with 9 partners, I don't want to think about how many. And we have also followed the graduates that are very versatile. They are in very different positions, in very different sectors. Challenges. I could speak for 10 more minutes or 2 hours. The rector mentioned the nightmare. We were in 2021. In Spain, European approach was not there yet. So it was really difficult. So I have made some tips here. Ensure that if you are thinking about this, ensure you create a common understanding very early. You think that Bologna is the same everywhere. It's not true. You can discover it at the beginning and react, or at the end, and maybe you are lost. And don't throw the towel. Identify really red lines and forget about all the rest, okay? And be careful, because accreditation is the tip of the iceberg, but normally it's not the national problem. Also, you have institutional barriers, okay? So I have put in green what we have been doing. Plan the accreditation quality in advance and bring quality assurance and ministers in that countries that are not self-awarding. Because you need to approve it at the institutional level with different calendars in each institution. It can take months, then you go out, then the panel needs to be in place, and so on. So plan it quite in advance. These innovative programs are overwhelming the academics very much, and the support staff. So put in place support for them. This is, I think, it's very important. In the implementation phase, because you think, okay, we have done it, but then you implemented it. And this innovative intercultural environment is not for everyone. So check who is on board and make the correct expectations, because it's very demanding. Some academic staff need to go over the cultural and disciplines mindsets. The students, they react to innovation. We want more lectures, not so many peer review and programmatic assessment and things like that. And professionals, they need to run completely new processes outside their institutional processes that normally clashes, but they need to integrate also. So training, expectations, teamwork, and active listening. Not all the countries are as attractive for students, and this is a problem, because we want to be really intercultural. So we need to also do some promotion and testimonials and have a good monitoring and governance in place, because things happen unexpected, misunderstanding, miscommunication, and you need to react quickly. And the more important part, continuity and sustainability. I think one of the biggest problems is that we have not a solution for really recognizing the work of the people, because each of us has a different system, and you cannot make a system for the alliance. We try, but it's not possible because you clash with the national regulations. So you need to work internally at home to align your own systems with the activities of the alliance and in the education. And the most important quiz, how do you manage excellence and innovation? Is costly. These programs are not cheap. With inclusion, so open to everyone, and sustainability, because you cannot put a high fee. So I have not solved this one, but maybe national grants can be an idea. And the future, I have not been here to talk about ED-Affiche. I think Kurt will do it better than me. But I am the optimistic type. And I think this is moving fast. Maybe because I am not so young, and I have been in education for 30 years now, and I see how this works, and it's really slow, okay? So I think this is moving fast. You have several examples, but we need to manage some of these concerns. This is the only time for the future degree. Is a danger attempting to university autonomy, academic freedom. It's for a few only, and how we manage. I think my answer to many of these questions is no, mine. And that I think the important question is that, of course, to do things at home, at the national level, or at their own university is easier, okay? But I think this, as I said, this is meaningful for graduates, employers, and society. They speak better than me about this. They are really impressed about what they get, and I wish, please move to institutional accreditation all over Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Meritxell, for this very practical presentation. I saw people taking notes, pictures, and so on, while the presentations, if the speakers agree, will be shared with the audience after the conference, because this one is typically gold among the others as well. Let's move now to the next speaker, and of course it's a particular delight for me to now introduce Antonella Forlino, the Vice Rector at University of Pavia here, and you are in charge of internationalization, and you are also a member of the ECU Alliance, and you will bring the ECU Alliance views on this topic. Antonella.
Yes, thank you very much, Ludovic. So what ECU is, it was born as an alliance project. Now I really like to call not anymore project, but European University. So it is a European campus of city university. It includes 9 city university in all over Europe. So we have Portugal, Romania, we have Germany, Italy, France, that is the coordinator, and we have here the coordinator, Ludovic Tilly, Spain, Finland, and Austria, and soon we will include Sweden. And we had also as associate partner the University of Lviv in Ukraine. And most importantly, or equally importantly, let's say, we have also a series of associated partners, which are the cities, the regional government and agencies. Also, everything is centered on students, so we have student association, and we have also the economic sector involved as associated partner. EC2U is built up on 4 of the Sustainable Developmental Goal, the good health and well-being, quality of education, sustainable city and communities, and peace, justice, and a strong institution. What are the pillars of our European University? Well, we have created a joint master degree. We foresee 4 of them. 3 are already activated, and 1 is one of the deliverables of the new phase of the alliance, the consolidation phase. And together with the joint master, we also associate a research virtual institute, because as it was pointed out, it's not only a matter of education, but is important research, and is important the outreaching. So we want to provide service to the society, we want to foster innovation, we want to foster research and foster education. So the 3 joint masters that has been already activated and represent the nightmare that my rector mentioned are the lifelong well-being and healthy aging, which is a focus on providing biopsychosocial aspect of well-being and aging for the students, European language, culture, and societies in contact, which provides students with an in-depth understanding of the European linguistic, cultural, and social landscape, and finally the sustainable city and communities, which enhance expertise in environmental science, energy, and urban planning. So why we choose these 3 masters to start with? It was because we had the higher level of collaboration in this specific topic, but also we scout job market and see what was needed within our university in terms of innovative program to build up our collaboration. So let's move to the nightmare. We did face a lot of challenges, and being directly involved since the beginning, it was challenging for myself as well. First of all, we have to face the difficulty in a coordination among partner universities, each with its own regulation and its own rules. And you have to find common ground to build up joint activity. And then when it comes to harmonize the curricula, you have to know that each university has a minimum requirement, a mandatory requirement to respect in order to have a curricula approved. So there was many hours of discussing among the partners. And we also create even a joint master task force that I have the pleasure to coordinate. We have to face the language barriers. It was mentioned. We have to provide material for students in a common way, and all we're speaking in different languages. So, and there are some regulations in some countries. You have to have a specific knowledge of your national language to be part and to do part of the program, and required to be accredited. So again, challenges to be faced. The accreditation process, we have here Marlena Maniaci from Hamburg, and I'm sure that she will share with us all the complexity of the accreditation from an Italian point of view, but you have to take into consideration that all our universities did not succeed in have accreditation throughout the European approach, so we have to face national accreditation, which was a challenging experience. How to deal with tuition fees, which are different in different countries. That was also something that we spent several hours of discussion, and we are still discussing on that. Funding and resource allocation. You need economical support for the university behind the grant from the European Commission in order to provide decent support For this creation of the master for the students, but also for the administrative staff and the professor. And that was something that we deal in within the EC2U. Then, of course, we need to provide innovative education. So we discuss and we manage to develop new digital tools integrated with the classical one in order to provide not only in-person but online activity. We embedded that in our trimester. We have to take into consideration cultural difference in between among our partners. And then the student mobility is also an issue because we want to have a follow-up of the Erasmus. So we want to have standardized and consolidated and recognized mobility, but in order to do that, together with the recognition of the credits, you need to support students with a visa, with accommodation, and that's also something that should be, and we took into account during our activities. So, said that, we succeed in having 3 masters accredited and running. So I think we can be of support for the development of a European degree. We did not go through all the criteria that now we know are suggested by the European Commission, but we did face some aspects that can be important for reasoning on. Like we prove that it's possible to harmonize standards between international partners. We prove that cross-border collaboration can be a challenge, but is possible and actually is absolutely rewarding. We manage to help students to move each semester from one country to the other. We help them to have a multicultural experience. We try to do our best to support them also in practical stuff. It's possible. We need economic support for that, but I think the European Commission knows that, since they will launch likely some specific call. We are really hoping that. And then we prove that innovative and flexible learning is not a dream, but can be a reality. Of course, did we solve everything? Absolutely no, and I think Mary-Chelle really described well several challenges that we still have to address. Definitely legal framework and recognition is still something that needs to be improved, and we really need the help of Ministry and Accreditation Agency. And I thank Mara to underline that thanks to the interest of many Italian universities, both involved in the alliance, but not only, we were able to set up an Italian task force involving accreditation agency and ministry with the shared goal to move toward really the concretization of the European degree, and we will learn more about that later on. Still, the collaboration among institutions with different rules has place for amelioration. The financial and logistic challenges are still there. We are now in the consolidation phase of the alliances, and we are working on that. Regarding inclusiveness and accessibility, we have to take this into consideration because we need to make the European degree accessible to all the students, which is not so trivial aspect. And then we need always to keep an eye on try to look at the job market because we want to form students that are well prepared for the future and well prepared for the new job market that is quickly changing. I very quickly want again to underline and thanks for EC2U for allowing the University of Pavia to be full partner of Ad-Affiche. I'm not going to talk much about that, just underline that it was one of the pilot projects in the Erasmus European degree area, and it includes 51 higher education institutions, 22 countries in Europe, 19 national and regional ministries, and 15 national accreditation and quality assurance agency. We consult during the Ad-Affiche with everybody, students, staff, quality agency, ministry, and employers. I'm sure that Kurt will give a better description of the outcome. we contribute to the blueprint on the European degree, so that was really, really nice, together with the other pilots. And finally, I thank you, really, thank you everybody and all of you for being here today.
Thank you very much, Antonella. I can tell you that this is just some of the visible part of the iceberg that you have described for the Joint Master Program, but that's not my role here. I will now turn to my right to move to the other speakers, and we will continue with Kurt Willems, who is a professor of educational law and administrative law at KU Leuven, and you are representing Una Europa, and indeed you will also probably talk about the ED-Affiche, as it has been already mentioned. Kurt, please.
Thank you. I'll also stand up so you can all see me. First of all, thank you for inviting me today to talk about this European degree. It's something that we've worked hard on collectively for the past year, so it's a shared passion of us by now, because we believe in the vision behind it. We believe that it can make our life easier and perhaps make that nightmare into a dream. I do not have slides because I'll talk a bit less about my own alliance. I'll talk more about the general subject of the European degree as a concept and how it could make this nightmare into a dream, since indeed I have been coordinating the Ad-Affiche project, of which Antonella was so kind to show the slide of earlier. But first, a quick word, though, about the alliance that I'm in. I'm professor of education law at KU Leuven. That is part of the Una Europa alliance. Una Europa is an alliance of 11 universities. We tend to be the older, more research-intensive universities in Europe, and here in Italy, the University of Bologna is our partner in Una Europa. We collaborate in Una Europa wherever it makes sense, like joint policy frameworks, joint operational frameworks, for example, a blockchain technology for automatic recognition of credits between our institutions, a joint policy on micro frameworks. We do joint research together, also wherever it makes sense, especially in those areas where sharing facilities and sharing resources is important, like health, like development of new materials and technologies. Also for topics where working transnationally together makes sense, like cultural heritage. We work together for education, smaller education units like micro-credentials, like exchange of models and courses. But we also have our larger educational offers we do jointly. There's 3 joint programs we offer in Una Europa. One of them is a joint doctoral program. The 2 others are joint bachelors. We have a bachelor in European study that is now entering into its 3rd year, and we have a joint bachelor in sustainability that will start next year. Both of them accredited using the European approach. I'll talk about those 2 last a bit more, the joint bachelor studies. We made our life difficult. We wanted to be as ambitious as possible to make sure that the vision we shared between all of our 11 universities was in these programs. So they're large programs. All of them have 8 or 9 partners, the joint bachelors. We wanted to be more than Erasmus, so subsequent mobility periods, one after the other, these joint programs. We wanted them to be multilingual and interdisciplinary, because we believe in the concept. We wanted to be truly joint, so no different decisions in different universities, but joint bodies across the institutions taking one decision for the student throughout the entire process, as Marichal explained, from selection admission to the eventual degree. And we wanted this to be at bachelor level, which is usually the level where there's more legislation, allowing students to then specialize in those countries where they will seek employment in afterwards. So that was the vision, and that was difficult, nightmarish, to say. And the reason has been explained before. If you work towards a joint degree, one parchment, one document, it's an immediate added benefit for the student, who gets one document acknowledging the 21st century skills he or she acquired. It's immediate added benefit for the employers who can look at one document that gives this message. But it's also one degree that needs to be legally valid in all of the participating countries, 8 or 9. And in order to be legally valid in all of the participating countries, you need to follow the legislations, plural, of all of those countries. If you do not obey the legislation, the degree is rendered invalid. That is logic. So for our Bachelor in European Studies, that meant 8 or 9 legislations at the same time. And all of these legislations regulate more or less the same thing. They go from selection and admission of students. Can you select students? If so, how? Tuition fees, the curricular structure. They then go into the students' rights while they study into the program, and eventually the degree and the diploma format. They all regulate the same things, but differently. All make sense in their own national context, but these legislations, plural, were never designed or intended to be applied simultaneously, not together with other legislations, let alone 7 other legislations. So when you need to apply 8 legislations that are never intended to be applied jointly for the same matters that are regulated differently, things get very messy, very difficult, nightmarish, and sometimes impossible. When these legislations contradict each other, sometimes you cannot find a solution, and we were not able to bring all of our partners on board of our joint degrees eventually, even though we share the same vision. They still participate in the joint program, they do the work, they do the effort, but when the diploma is issued at the end of the route, the name of their university is not on the parchment, because their legislation is incompatible with ours, which is truly a pity for the university, for the students who spend time at that university, that the name of the university is not on the joint diploma. So why the European degree? We worked closely with Ad-Affiche, with the University of Pavia, who was our full partner in Ad-Affiche, and together with 51 underlying universities, mapping these legislations, seeing why they make collaboration difficult. It's not a question of bad legislation, it's a question of detailed legislation. It's a question of legislation that's contextualized within a country, and as a result, difficult to apply in international context together with other legislations. So we mapped those obstacles, and we went to the legislators trying to talk to them about these obstacles. We were met with willingness to listen, because legislators do realize if their own universities are less attractive as an international partner because of technicalities in the own legislation, it might endanger the international competitiveness of their higher education sector. So legislators were willing to listen, but they also clearly gave the message, what are we venturing into? Are we opening a box of Pandora? What you're asking us is to go further than accreditation, indeed, further than Bologna. You're asking us to make legislation flexible throughout the entire process, from selection, admission, to curricular structures, to students' rights, to the diploma format. If we have less legislation, are we endangering the quality of our educational offer? That is the message the legislators gave us, and it's a rightful concern. And that is where the European degree can pitch in. Because what the European degree does, even in the label phase, is label. It tags programs. It makes it very explicit which programs we're talking about. There's no program directors that can try to circumvent their own national legislation by sneaking into the category. No, it's a clear category, well-defined. It means the same thing all across EHEA, and everyone knows which programs are in it, because they have undergone QA check at program-based level, at institutional level, but in any event, they have been labeled, they have been listed in DECAR. So we know what we're talking about, and that's the message we can give to legislators then, but not only legislators, also universities, because it's not only legislation, it's also institutional regulation making our life very hard. If the European degree becomes a reality, even as a label, use this category, write it into your legislation, write it into your institutional regulation, and for the entire education law from beginning to end, project design, delivery, and final issue of degree, grant exemptions for these type of programs because they need it, because you cannot apply 9 different legislations and 9 different institutional regulations at the same time. Joint degrees do need exemptions, and this category, well defined, that has been quality checked on an additional list of criteria even, is the right vessel for it. So that is how the European degree can be a solution to the problem statement I started for, and that is my plea towards legislators and institutions here today, and that with this I end. We know the label is the easiest. Some institutions or some countries who have institutional accreditation might not even to do anything to be able to issue the label. But don't make your life easy as legislator. Do more with the label. Use it to go through your education law and make the life for these programs easier. Because if you make it yourself easy as legislator, for us as institutions, it will remain a nightmare. That was my message.
Perfect. "10 minutes, 9 seconds. That shows you the level of our speakers. Thank you very much, Kurt. We'll continue this discussion and overview from the alliances with this time Francesca Villata, who is full professor of international law at the University of Milan, and you are representing the 4EU+ Alliance, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the University of Pavia for organizing this important event on the European degree and the future of the European degree. I'm here to present the 4EU+ approach to the European degree, so the 4EU+ Alliance perspective. So I'm going to briefly present the 4EU+ Alliance, its essential features and the educational framework. I will devote a few more words on our 4EU+ joint programs, their structures and their coherence, or at least compatibility with the European degree labeled criteria, and also the challenges that we are facing, that we are still facing. But I would like to be a little bit more optimistic and focus more on the avenues that we are exploring to overcome those challenges within 4EU+. Maybe too optimistic, but I will try to be as practical as possible. So the 4EU+ Alliance is composed of 8 comprehensive, research-intensive universities across Europe. These 8 comprehensive research-intensive universities have come together under a legal entity, the 4EU+ Association, to demonstrate the commitment to cooperation and the commitment to find every way possible to make the cooperation as efficient and effective as possible. Of course, we need resources to work together, and the expansion of the alliance is being supported by various European grants, which provide opportunities for cooperation within the alliance and with other alliances, as in the case of the Ad-Affiche project. Additionally, the 4EU+ partners contributed their own resources to strengthen and deepen cooperation in specific domains. And at the center of what we do, there are the 4 flagships, 4 thematic areas around which the 4EU+ research, education, innovation, and outreach revolve. And of course, interdisciplinarity, as you may see, is a paramount feature of the 4 flagships that are health and democratic change, digital transformation, Europe and Europeanness in a changing world, biodiversity, and sustainable development. The 4EU+ campus is expanding continuously by incorporating new components, but the pillars of 4EU+ educational framework, which involves a research-based, challenge-based, student-centered education, and the key competencies that you can see on the left side of the slide are as embedded in the 4EU+ mission statement as they remain essential to each and every joint educational activity in 4EU+, including, of course, the 4EU+ joint programs, which deeply engaged our community at all levels, starting, of course, with the core group of people who conceived those three, as of now, three joint programs. The first one is the Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Program in Global Environment and Development, merged, as we call it friendly. The first year at the University of Copenhagen lays the interdisciplinary foundations, whereas the second year specialization at the University of Warsaw is in sustainable environmental development, and the specialization at the University of Milan is about agricultural development. Here students are awarded or are about to be awarded a double degree, which varies depending on the specialization selected for the second year. Our second joint master is the Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters Program in European Environmental Economics and Policy, M3EP. The structure is similar to the structure of merged. So first year lays the foundation, second year specialization at various universities depending on the choices of the students. Even in this framework, students are awarded a double degree, which varies depending upon the specialized curricula that they select for the second year. And this is our creator, or which maybe we are proud, even more than others. This is the Joint Masters Program in Migration Studies and New Societies. This is a proper joint degree. It issues a proper joint degrees and a joint degree and the joint diploma. A different approach was actually adopted for this joint program. It is rather unique, as each enrolled student attends at least one semester at each of the three partner universities. It really enables and empowers students to make their own choices, thanks to the three alternative learning pathways provided for the third semester, and the possibility to further customize their study plan depending on the university that the student selects for the fourth semester. Finally, upon completion of the program, students will be awarded a joint diploma along with a detailed diploma supplement outlining their academic achievements and learning outcomes. And moreover, the joint diploma will certify that the degree meets the requirements of the three national degrees, respectively in European Studies, Social Sciences, and Artes Liberales. All these three programs present a high degree of coherence and compatibility with the European degree label criteria. They involve three or even more partners. They are not only co-created but jointly delivered. Joint arrangements and procedures are in place. 4U+ quality system ensures continuous monitoring and self-reflection. The labor market relevance is ensured since the very beginning, or even before the joint program starts, since the consultation of the relevant business and society sectors is a pre-requirement for many of the partners. Transversal skills are incorporated, as well as, obviously, meaningful mobility. And access to the services is ensured through the 4U+ campus. Multilingualism is a component, an essential component, and democratic values, inclusiveness, and green transition are not only conveyed through the disciplinary context or interdisciplinary contents, but also through the teaching approaches that are applied. But of course, we cannot forget the challenges. And I would not focus on the legal challenges, organizational issues. They are the same, we face the same issues that you have faced around this table, but I would like to focus more on the avenues that we're exploring to overcome those challenges. So what a new joint program, a new 4U+ joint program can count on today. I took as an example the flagship for biodiversity, ecology, and evolution topics that is being developed, and it is evolving, progressively evolving into a joint program. It was at the beginning a joint educational project, then it was transformed into a learning pathway. It is now supported through Erasmus Mundus design measures and will hopefully become a joint program. And what they can count now, today, is a group of people supporting them alongside the relevant organs and offices at each university, a group of people deeply committed, and thanks to the experience also that we got in the Ad-Affiche project, we can create together more easily new joint programs. And a number of tools and resources are now available in terms of guides, templates, processes, and IT structures that can support the development and the delivery of the joint programs. And of course, the Ad-Affiche project was conducive to a number of templates, and I would like to present here those who were contributed thanks to the effort of the Charles University and the Valencia University of Connexus Alliance to the Ad-Affiche project, and I am happy to share with you now, because this is something that we are working on to develop the actual joint diploma, for instance, of the Migration Studies and New Societies joint program. The first one, the first template tackles or entails a label certificate awarded to students, mentioning the partners that are involved in the project, but also that the program that each student has attended meets the criteria for the European degree label. The second template is about a label certificate awarded to the joint program, not to the student, as a sort of seal of excellence linked to the idea of the European degree and to the criteria that are complied with by the joint program. And the third template is a proper diploma awarded to the graduates. It should have a legal, a more intense legal value, since the diploma itself should bestows each student of the titles that are behind the diploma that is awarded to the graduates. And finally, I'm happy to share with you that in July 2025, we will have the first batch of enthusiasts for EU+ graduates in the double degree in Global Environment and Development and the joint degree in Migration Studies and Societies. And I'm pretty sure that the happy faces that we can see in this picture are really something that motivates all of us in this joint effort for the European degree and the joint programs as a whole.
Thank you, Francesca. Thank you very much, Francesca, for sharing the 4U+ experience. And now let's move to the last expert of this roundtable, and that's absolutely not the least, because it was very important to have also the student viewpoints. And we are absolutely delighted to have on this panel Lisa Schivalotti, who is a student here at the University of Pavia. You are also an institutional student representative in the ECU Alliance governance, and you are representing today the European Students' Union, ESU. So Lisa, it's up to you now.
Thank you very much, Ludovic. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much also to the University of Pavia for inviting the European Students' Union to participate in this panel and in this workshop in general. As a European Students' Union, we represent 44 national union of students from 40 different countries, more than 20 million students around Europe. We continuously interact with the European Commission, the European Parliament. We are really active within the Bologna follow-up group, and we also lobby towards the Council of Europe. We have participated actually as an organization in some of the European degree pilot projects, and we participated in all the consultation that have taken place on the matter.
Okay.
What can I say from the point of view of students? In general, what a student looks when they decide in which degree to enroll is to have relevant, concrete, coherent learning outcomes, innovative and up-to-date teaching, automatically recognize diploma, but also inclusive and student-centered learning, to be supported in their path to have the possibility to immerse themselves in a multicultural environment that gives them all the support measure to actually progress in their studies, such as, for example, psychological support or support in finding an accommodation. And with joint degrees and joint programs, the topic of finding an accommodation is usually a big issue for us students, because finding the time also to look for an accommodation and then 6 months after usually move in another place and stay up to date with the exams, the classes, and keep going may be quite a burden. And we think that the criteria now proposed for the European degree don't make this a granted basis for all the students. What is needed is still very much commitment from the higher education institution who decide to embark in this, and a very committed also, I will say, administrative staff, because in all the joint programs that are now active, the contribution of the administrative staff is needed and is fundamental to make students really progress and feel welcome also in the degree they are enrolled in. What we see as an added value of the European degree is the fact that it can boost the implementation of all these things, and in particular of the Bologna commitments that should actually have already been implemented, because the ministers of higher education have committed to implement these tools and measures for many years now, and they keep committing to slightly new pieces. But from various reports, we have seen that it's still not the case, and a boost from the European Commission on this matter may help remove these barriers to help higher education institutions and students have, what can I say, less obstacles when they have joint programs. We have already seen that one big merit of European University Alliances has been that of bringing back to the table the discussion about internationalization that at some point was stuck. We have seen it also with the number of joint programs that have been created since the beginning of the European University Alliances. They have been really incremented in the number. And despite this, this still had a very low impact on students because most probably the financing is still not sufficient to implement all the commitments. And also these joint programs are really expensive, so they cannot be open to everybody at the same time, and there are still many obstacles that we have to face. We think that the label of European should be already given actually to all higher education institutions that comply and fully implemented the Bologna commitments. So we see the European degree maybe as a way from the Commission also to put a flag on this program, but if they also provide some financing for it, maybe it can be helpful for the overall implementation. As student representatives, we had two main pillars on what we wanted these European degrees to focus on. One, we slightly achieved already with the revised criteria for the European degree, because we wanted student representation to be considered when designing, thinking, implementing, assessing also these European degrees, and in the revised criteria it is present. But unfortunately, maybe in many situations it's still only on paper, because I don't know how many of you thought of bringing student representatives to this panel, or how many of you actually achieved in this mission, and also if once you will go back, you will bring the outcomes of today's also to your student representatives and start involving them in the process of design and thinking about this. If I can encourage you to do so, I think it will be really great once you go back to your higher education institution, if you can set up a meeting with student representatives, maybe the ones in the alliances, but also the ones in the academic senate or in the quality assurance bodies to start working together and discuss with them about this. The other pillar was the inclusivity framework, a series of support measures that is still not in the mind of the European Commission, unfortunately, even though it's mentioned in the European strategies for universities. And we will keep pushing. Some other concerns that we have on the European degree are students' rights, because by removing some national legislation, it can be that some students' rights that were protected through that legislation may disappear. And the other problem is funding. And the funding provided at the moment by the European Commission is not sufficient. If the Erasmus funding is not going to increment, it will then be possible to keep supporting the European degrees, because how do you fund the student mobility if you have to block them for the students in the European degree programs? But also, I think it cannot come from the national government only, because, for example, previously it was mentioned that from the from the Italian government, there was some co-financing for alliances. And as an Italian student, as a European student, I'm not really happy to know about that, knowing about the overall situation, actually, because we have 800 euros missing from the ordinary fund for universities. We have the 50% of teaching and administrative staff working within a university in a condition of precariousness. Their job is not fixed. And so maybe we should also focus a lot on the financing for these programs if we want to progress with that. Because if it's not granted, you cannot activate, actually, a specific program. These European degrees may have a transformational improvement for the European higher education system, but as a final remark, I also would like to underline that it will not be for everybody, because also from the data we have from Eurostudent, we noticed that 59% of European students work while they're studying. And for these students, going in a mobility will mean miss this additional funding that they have to go on mobility. And what are also the opportunities that European alliances can create for these students? This is a thing that I would like the European University Alliances to also focus on, even though it's not a priority for the European Commission.
Well, I would like to make a special thanks to you, Lisa, because you also basically pointed out to the many elephants in the room. Few things that we sometimes don't want to say openly to avoid diplomatic crisis, but it has to be said. So thank you very much for that. I personally fully share all your statements. Yeah, I've been informed that indeed, although our speakers have been particularly sharp on time, because there were initial delays and so on, we have to keep the Q&A, but to restrict it really to the essence of your questions. So we will have 5 minutes. So I would like that we try to have many questions, so I will ask you to be right to the point and already identifying if you are addressing this question to a particular speaker or if this is to the group. Please, if we can have a mic, you introduce yourself quickly and a question that is only 20 seconds long.
20 seconds, thank you. So I'm Roberto Zanino from Politecnico di Torino and the Unite Alliance. My question is for Marichel. You finished your contribution, which was very, very nice and interesting, with very provocative questions. So you say the important question is a European degree meaningful for future graduates, employers and society? So it looks as if after all this work, especially in your alliance, Charmy, you have been doing, there is a question, is this work useful at all, or can you elaborate on that?
And that will be a short response.
Okay, so as I said, the best ambassadors are the students, how the students talk about the program, and they said that the interculturality, the challenge-driven, the challenge of being in a multicultural, interdisciplinary, because they are also transdisciplinary. We mix all the disciplines, give them an incredible skills for the future. The employers consider that this also challenge-driven thing, it's preparing them better. Also interculturality, because interculturality is needed not when you work abroad, it's happening at home, that the companies and the institutions are intercultural, and they said that learn how to communicate in this intercultural thing is very important. And also the access of the academic and ecosystems of 5-7 institutions open the future for them incredibly. So for me, very meaningful.
Excellent. One or two more questions. Yes? So again, short question, short answer.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel Gardon, Director of the Coimbra Group. And as a transition maybe also to the next session, I would like to ask you if the approach presented by the European Commission, by Jan Mael, of having a gradual approach with some countries testing with this variable geometry approach, do you think it will simplify your work in the next months, or do you think it will complexify your work in the next months?
Okay, we have to select only one respondent. Who wants to? Kurt? Yeah, let's go for Kurt.
Simplify. I'm a realist. Any step forward is a step forward. Problems that start with legislations from 27 countries are incompatible. If only 2 make progress, it's 25 legislations that are possibly incompatible. So any step forward is a step forward.
Could I maybe just add that as a coordinator of an alliance, I hope that we don't have to wait for 2028, 2030 to really be in capacity to have a sort of easy path for our joint programs, because otherwise we will be all dead by that time. That will be my final remark.
Retired.
Or no, retired? No, not in 2030, or not me at least, but dead maybe, or very tired. I propose that we now close that very interesting panel. Thank you, all the speakers. That was very interesting. And now we move to the next panel. Yes. Thank you, and to you.
Okay, so let's start the second part of the section. Will provide us the Italian perspective and overview of what is the situation in Italy. And we have two speakers that are connected online, hopefully, and one that is in person. And I'm sharing this section with Professor Ludovic Tilly. So let me see if he's connected. Enrico Montaperto. Yes, so he's the director of FIC6, University Academic Offerings Doctoral Program, State Examination and Profession. So Enrico, if you hear us, the screen is yours.
Yes, okay, thank you. Buongiorno a tutti e anzitutto desidero ringraziare per l'invito all'Università degli Studi di Pavia, nella persona del magnifico rettore, il professor Francesco Svelto, e quanti hanno permesso e promosso questo evento che mi sia consentito osservare cade proprio in un momento storico e socioculturale alquanto adatto a fare il punto sui corsi di laurea in una dimensione internazionale. E quale direttore dell'Ufficio Sesto, offerta formativa, universitaria, dottorati di ricerca, esami di Stato e professioni, ritengo che la proposta della Commissione europea per promuovere la cooperazione accademica fra Stati membri sia un'importante sollecitazione verso una piena internazionalizzazione del sistema universitario. A partire dall'esperienza Erasmus, a tutti noi nota, sin dall'87, la progettualità di una vera e propria laurea europea su base volontaria si pone quale obiettivo anche promuovere la cooperazione internazionale transnazionale tra le università e la mobilità degli studenti universitari. Un titolo di studio europeo, naturalmente, non soltanto sarebbe a vantaggio degli studenti e della comunità dell'istruzione superiore, incentivando la mobilità per l'apprendimento all'interno della UE e migliorando le competenze trasversali degli studenti, ma anche favorirebbe il soddisfacimento della domanda del mercato del lavoro. E d'altra parte una laurea europea, promuovendo la collaborazione formale delle università, sosterrebbe la competitività e la crescita dell'Europa. Negli ultimi anni l'istruzione superiore ha registrato un crescente interesse per i corsi di studio universitari internazionali. Infatti sa bene sia l'Ambur sia il collega della DC Internazionalizzazione che sono già arrivate in questo senso richieste da parte di alcune università del territorio nazionale. E questo quale opportunità tanto di mobilità quanto di costruzione di un ambiente multiculturale che arricchisce l'esperienza accademica. Questa offerta formativa non può non prendere le mosse da un approccio europeo all'accreditamento che mira a creare uno spazio europeo dell'istruzione superiore e non può non sostanziarsi, tra l'altro, di alcuni principi fondamentali. In primis la comparabilità, il sistema dei crediti, i risultati di apprendimento. E l'approccio europeo, infatti, incoraggia un modello integrato di valutazione che permette di monitorare costantemente la qualità sia dell'insegnamento sia dell'apprendimento, adattando i corsi alle esigenze degli studenti e del mercato. I corsi di studio universitari di matrice internazionale rappresentano un'opportunità significativa, non soltanto per gli studenti, mentre l'approccio europeo all'accreditamento garantisce che questi programmi siano allineati con gli standard internazionali di qualità. L'ufficio, che ha già avviato ogni utile ragionamento congiuntamente con la direzione generale dell'internazionalizzazione e con l'Agenzia Nazionale di Valutazione del Sistema Universitario della Ricerca, per l'individuazione e la definizione non soltanto di criteri in termini di requisiti di qualità dell'offerta, ma anche dell'iter di istituzione di accreditamento in termini di tempistica, di procedura di questi percorsi formativi, e sta lavorando e nella consapevolezza di difficoltà e ostacoli possibili nei diversi paesi, in ragione anche delle peculiarità di ogni sistema nazionale che rendono articolata l'adozione di programmi congiunti in assenza di una cornice univoca, l'individuazione e la definizione di criteri comuni e condivisi consentirebbero di porre in evidenza migliori strategie e più efficaci processi organizzativi, anche in termini di semplificazione degli iter procedurali, che permettano di superare le singole criticità e di delineare il percorso più vantaggioso atto a rafforzare l'identità comune a livello europeo e a rispondere alle necessità di una formazione volta all'internazionalizzazione. Nell'operatività il MUR, consapevole dell'importanza di strutturare i corsi di studio sull'ordinamento didattico, sta provvedendo alla predisposizione di una banca dati che tenga conto delle peculiari caratteristiche dei percorsi internazionali nel rispetto degli elementi progettuali nazionali che garantiscono la qualità dell'impianto formativo. E in ultimo non posso non osservare che è ormai una priorità in tal senso garantire alle generazioni presenti competenze e professionalità che consentano loro un'occupabilità sempre più mobile e versatile all'interno della comunità europea e a livello internazionale. Questo può essere perseguibile promuovendo e garantendo, attraverso un supporto costante nel processo di accreditamento dei percorsi di alta formazione, livelli di qualità e di innovazione che rendano l'esperienza educativa transnazionale stimolante e proficua per tutti i soggetti coinvolti. Costruire una progettualità concreta atta a intensificare un dialogo virtuoso tra formazione e ricerca in un panorama internazionale di mobilità europea è indispensabile anche per accrescere le potenzialità del sistema nel contesto nazionale e internazionale, nonché per avvicinare le frontiere verso le quali i sistemi devono prepararsi e verso cui mirare e svilupparsi. Sull'esperienza di quanto ad oggi agito dal sistema universitario nell'ambito dell'internazionalizzazione, si tratta di progettare corsi di laurea anche in modo sperimentale di buona transizione, dall'impostazione territoriale nazionale alla dimensione internazionale, strutturati e pensati proprio con le finalità di dare maggiore sia spendibilità al titolo, sia valore al Paese. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Enrico. And then we move to the following one. Can you stay with us until the end? We will have a quick question and answer time at the end of the panel. I introduce in the meantime Michele Mazzola, if he's connected. Michele Mazzola is the director of Office 3, Research Internationalization at the Directorate General for Internationalization and Communication of the Ministry of University and Research in Italy.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, I think so. Okay, I see you from the screen. So it's a pleasure to participate today in this interesting discussion on the future of higher education. And I sincerely thank the University of Pavia for organizing a debate on this pivotal topic. I must apologize for not being physically present, but unfortunately, I'm still not feeling well due to the flu and cannot get on the road. Sorry, I have a very difficult in these days. Oh, finally, let me also thank the speaker who spoke before for their interesting speech and for their work on these issues, are very pivotal issues. I think the previous roundtable presentation was very interesting and testifies to the commitment of the Italian universities and the European level. Now, in this panel, discussion focuses on this virtual panel, if it is well for Marilena that is physically present with you, but it is focused on the implications for the Italian university system of the European degree. I would like to focus on how this new degree constitutes an opportunity for our national system. I begin my remarks with an assumption, as we know, I think as all we is agreed with that education is the foundation of our society. Higher education shapes the citizens of tomorrow, fuels economic growth, and promotes innovation. Bido has already cited the Draghi report on that. However, as the world becomes increasingly interconnected, education systems must adapt to the new global reality. We consider the European degree is one of the possible responses to this need, provide an harmonized framework for the European higher education system. The Ministry published a document very important for us in 2024, named Strategy for Internalization of the Italian Higher Education System. And in this document, the Ministry highlights that the internalization of its higher education systems must become more competitive in today's global environment. Internalization is a factor for growth and improvement of our system. But what is the meaning of this? It means that Italian higher education system is being called upon to face to the new global challenges that characterize the internalization education and research environment: interdisciplinarity, transversal skills, specialization, experimentation, and innovation enable students to acquire the knowledge needed to face internalization challenges in the role of global citizens. To achieve this part, the Italian system strengthens its internalization level, become a place of comparison, training, and culture where national internalization students and the researchers can confront each other, train, and do research in a shared way. In this internalization global context, the Italian system must be a promoter of strengthening the European higher education area. Sorry for the phone. This process is related as strategic for Italy. The integrations process underway at the European level is an element that strengthens the internalization strategies promoted by Italy. The exchange and creation of stable collaboration between European educational centers, both Italian and foreign, allows the Italian and European higher education system to present itself in an integrated manner with a broader global context. This, my introduction, explains why Italy, with French, Spain, Ireland, Slovenia, Greece, and Cyprus at that moment support the Erasmus packages, and in particular mobility, European alliances, and European degrees. Not all the member states of a union have the same approach to these issues, as you know. We consider the European degree not just a certificate, but a pathway that the member state has to follow. A goal, difficult, we know, challenging, but crucial. It is a commitment to harmonize education across borders, ensure mutual recognition of qualification, and enhance mobility for student and staff. From an Italian perspective, I think this could be a lot of benefit. First, enhance recognition and mobility. And second, promote international collaboration, as I said before. Third, attract international students. A European degree would be an additional element that will make university more attractive to foreign students. And addressing the brain drain. The more active we are in the European higher education area, the more we take the best from European experience, and the more Italian universities can be players in retaining the brightest mind. However, we must recognize that the challenges ahead that the transition to European degree system requires us to overcome. The Commission published on the document on 19 of December 2024 on that Commission staff document, a report on the final outcomes, etc., as you know. And that report is based on the outcomes of the 6 Erasmus Plus pilot project that we heard at this moment. I don't spend any word of that. And all these projects, I want to highlight that testify the involvement of Italian actors in the education system, universities, but also the ministry that is an associated part in a lot of projects, but the national agencies and boards, I think Marilena said after, and the association like Crimea, last conference of rectors of Italian universities, a relevant participation of our system in this pathway. The report indicates the most challenges barriers that emerged from the Erasmus Plus project. In particular, I remember the barriers related to the accreditation and quality assurance, There are risks related to program structure that Enrico said before. There are risks related to the governance structures. There are risks related to the student admission and enrollment. We are clear the situation, but the ministry, together with Hamburg, is addressing the various challenges mentioned above. We heard from Enrico about the budget initiated from the accreditation of the International Corpus of Study. The decree on planning for the new 3-year period opens up compared to the past to internalization. The agency Hamburg has published the document on the initial accreditation of the International Corpus of Study. And I conclude by emphasizing that the work that the ministries, thanks also to the support the conference I said before of a rector of Italian University, is doing is a lot and is proceeding in a clear direction this moment, aware the complexity of our system, that a very, very complex system, the Italian system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, because your words actually cheer up our even more our optimistic view of the future. So if you can stay with us, now we move on to the speech of Marilena Maniaci. She's the representative of the National Agency for the Evolution of the University and Research System, and she is really supporting us she has supported us in all this journey up to now. So I'm really looking forward to know what you will present today.
Thank you very much, Antonella. Good morning to everybody. I'm really very happy to be here and very grateful to the University of Pavia, but also to the organizers of this workshop for inviting Hamburg, but also really for making visible the work that we are doing together since 4 years now. I'm one of the members of the current governing board of the agencies. I'm also a university professor, namely from a university which is also part of an alliance, so I really follow the alliances very closely. And I think it might be relevant also in this context to say that I'm currently also a member of the ENCA board, so of the board of the European Association for Quality Assurance that puts together the quality assurance agencies in Europe that are committed to following the ESGs. And as you might know, ENCA also closely collaborates with the Commission on this topic of the European degree. It has also published a position paper. So I think that this dual perspective might be also interesting to bring into this very, very interesting discussion. But I will address a very concrete topic, actually, which is the implementation of a model for the initial accreditation of joint study programs according to the European approach. And this because until last June, so June 2024, Hamburg was not allowed by national legislation to recognize procedures of initial accreditation of joint programs according to the European approach, and this is actually now possible, and I will now explain you why and how these procedures will be recognized by Hamburg from now onwards, from academic year 25-26, but also including the possibility of a transitional period for procedures that have already begun in the meantime. So I will skip the definitions of joint program and joint degree or diplomas that you know very well, but this is just to say that we're now applying the new procedure to bachelor and master's degrees, so to EQF 6 and 7, but we're now planning as Hamburg also to work on European approach accreditation also for doctoral programs, which is possible, but not so widespread until now. This is not yet done, but this is the work that we are starting now. So I will also not dwell into the critical issues related to the accreditation of joint programs, because Antonella and others have already spoken about those. They have been very clearly outlined also through the work of these pilot projects that we were talking about earlier. So of course there are differences in national accreditation requirements, duplication of processes, which may be very heavy, also because of misalignments between the timing of the procedures, lack of a homogeneity in evaluation procedures, timing mismatch, as I said, and then there are also limitations on recognition, need of coordination between partners, which might be very heavy, language and technical terminology, and last but not least, costs of these procedures. What happened in Italy, also thanks to the work done with by ANVUR in close cooperation with the Ministry, with the Conference of Rectors, and also with the CIMEA, so our ENIC-NARIC Center for the Recognition of Qualifications, that we as ANVUR, we were asked by the Ministry to give our opinion, to deliver an opinion on the draft of the ministerial decree concerning the 3-year programming for the years 2024-2026, which is, well, a document which is issued by the ministry every 3 years to harmonize the strategies of the universities in the field of higher education. And we thought at that point, and the ministry agreed, that we could include in this document the provision concerning international programs, that ANVUR would be allowed from that point onwards, that means from June 2024 onwards, to recognize procedures led using the European approach. So initial accreditation of joint programs led by, with the European approach. So we had to develop a procedure, we as ANVUR, and we actually developed guidelines which were published at the end of last year. And we are now developing in close collaboration with the ministry. Actually, the ministry has to do the work, but we are also collaborating a very, very light and easy platform to deal with these special procedures, which will be dealt with differently from those concerning the initial accreditation of regular programs. But I will speak about that right now. We are not yet ECHA members, so we are not yet registered in the ECHA register, so ANVUR cannot, at this point, take the responsibility of leading these procedures. We hope that this will be possible in the near future. We are undergoing the procedure of inclusion in the ECHA register now, but at any rate, we're closely collaborating with agencies working at an international, at a European level, so we are ready to recognize procedures that are led by any European quality assurance agency which is registered in ECHA. Well, we all know what the European approach's aim is, so simplifying, actually, aligning and simplifying the approach to the initial accreditation of joint programs for those realities in which program accreditation is still a requirement. We all know that Commission is slightly, gently pushing toward the idea that quality assurance agencies should adopt rather an institutional accreditation approach, but there is discussion at the European level, and still when program accreditation is needed, it is, of course, a good idea to have aligned and simplified procedures. And this brings, of course, to benefits which are very easy to understand. So, and not only practical benefits, I would say. So the first benefit is actually facilitating an integrating approach to the QA of joint programs. What has not been said today, but it is very important from the point of view of quality assurance agencies, is that the main point for the development of the alliances and also for the development of a European degree is the development of a robust internal quality assurance system within the alliances. This is being done, of course, by the alliances, but I think it is really the main point. External quality assurance comes after, but it can be dealt with much easier if the internal quality assurance system is well built, which is, of course, not an easy task, because this has to put together all the internal quality assurance systems of the participating institutions, but it is indeed very important. So, there will be the European approach defines a single accreditation standards, reduces the bureaucratic burdens, and supports overcoming the diversity of approaches to QA in the different countries with all the problems that we have seen this morning. Of course, the European approach can be adopted by different countries and by different QA agencies, because it is based on the ESGs. You all know that the ESGs are currently under revision. A new version will be published in 2027. So it is also important in this phase to think about what could facilitate also the common work of quality assurance agencies at the European level, and also in the future the development of a European quality assurance framework, also considering the currently ongoing revision of the ESGs, which will have effects also on the revision, probably a light revision of the European approach framework. But anyway, the ESG are below all this work that we are doing. And also for the Italian system, I will not give the details now. Many of you, most of you, of course, know how programs in Italy are initially accredited. But anyway, also the Italian requirements, those set by the AVA system, so-called AVA system in Italy, they are indeed aligned with the requirements of the European approach. So in Italy, we have these 5 objectives, so 4+1, and these are actually aligned with already with European approach standards. So this is why ANVUR is now ready to recognize and validate the results of assessments conducted using European approach by any European agency registered in ECHA, and after obtaining registration in the ECHA registers, hopefully soon, ANVUR will also be able to coordinate evaluation procedures of joint programs conducted with a European approach. As you all know, the European approach does not need or does not want that there are further criteria added to the European approach criteria themselves. There are indeed only a couple of, so to say, pre-requirements, preconditions that Italian systems need to stay with because they are set by the law. But I can assure the communities, you all probably already read our guidelines, that we try to deal with them as easy as possible. So the first passage is the need for programs to go through, to be assessed somehow, to be looked at by the National University Council for certain aspects. But what happens with these joint programs? That there are 2 possibilities. There are 2 ways to go. If the program also wants to be accredited as a nationally issued study program, that is, if the university wants that the program that contributes to a European joint program also be intended to be included in a national study offer, in that case, of course, this program has to undergo the regular procedure, as it has happened until now. But, and in this case, of course, the National University Council has to look at a curriculum structure, and in the case of a program, on the contrary, that only contributes to a joint program through a set of modules or a semester or just part of the program, in this case, these programs will not be asked to follow the national procedure anymore. There would be a special platform which is being developed by Cineca in cooperation with the ministry. There have been already discussions with ANVUR, which will be a very simple one. And the program can be candidated at any time. It has not to follow the timing of the initial accreditation procedures. And in this case, the role of the National University Council will only be to verify the consistency of the Italian contribution to the joint program, and this is a national requirement, to propose the equivalence of the structure of the joint program with a class of the national degree system. But this is only for internal use. This is only for applying then for national procedures for job, for applying for having a job. Also, there is also a role of ANVUR, but this is quite simple as well. I mean, the slide seems difficult, but it's much simpler than that. According to our regulations, we also have to verify that there is a basic number of Italian professors that guarantee for the joint program, but this is not the same number as for the normal Italian programs for the initial accreditations of programs. So ANVUR only verifies that there are a number of professors, some of which can also be the foreign professors participating to the joint programs that guarantee for the quality of the program. How does this work? Okay, this is the procedure according to the European approach that I don't need to explain here. I will only say a couple of words on this last slide, which explains the workflow of the procedure. The consortium, which wants to issue the joint program, not only within the framework of the alliances, this is of course also true for any other joint program issued by any Italian university in collaboration with foreign universities, foreign institutions. Okay, the consortium identifies the agency responsible for the procedure. Of course, there are the internal passages with the internal evaluation board, what we call the nucleo di valutazione, and then the university or universities, the Italian University of Universities, submit their request for evaluation through this very easy platform that I have said to the ministry, and then the request goes to both the National University Council and ANVUR, and both the National University Council and ANVUR, they have to give their feedback within their respective fields of competence, not later than 30 days from the request. So it should be very fast procedure. Of course, there's a possibility that the required preconditions are evaluated negatively, but this should not happen. Normally, I mean, they will be evaluated positively. There is then a phase of counter-arguments, but this is according to the Italian law, which lasts for 10 days. But let's leave out the case of a negative evaluation. Let's go to the case of a positive evaluation. In the case of a positive evaluation, ANVUR then gets in touch with the agency which will coordinate the procedure. We are doing it already. We already, as ANVUR, provided Italian experts for procedures, also if ANVUR was not allowed to recognize the procedure. We were in touch with the foreign agencies, also through the fact that we are part of ENCA, and that I'm in the board of ENCA. And so we often provide experts, and we also often send Italian ANVUR officers to participate as observers to the procedures. And then, okay, then there is the normal European approach procedures with the submission of self-assessment report and documentation, and the agency responsible for the management of the procedures issues its opinion, its final assessment, and the evaluation report is sent to ANVUR. At this point, ANVUR does not evaluate the report. It simply verifies, the governing board to which I belong, simply verifies the fact that the procedure has been managed regularly, and issues an opinion. The opinion is sent to the ministry, and the ministry ratifies the opinion and issues the decree of accreditation. So as you see, this skips completely the Italian procedure. This skips completely the timing and rules of the Italian initial accreditation framework, and it allows the application and the recognition of the European approach also by ANVUR, so by Italy, which is in a way maybe only until now a small step, but it is an important step, I think, for Italian institutions. Following steps, of course, is keeping on the dialogue open with, at an international level, not only with the alliances, to work on the accreditation of the alliances as a whole at an international level, but also to solve the problem of periodic accreditation of these programs, because there is so far no defined procedure then to verify what has been done at the step of the initial accreditation. And then we will see in the future what will happen concerning the switch from program accreditation to institutional accreditation, but this is not an up-to-date discussion in Italy at the moment. I hope that this was clear. Thank you very much.
Well, let me thank for the presentation. I think it was brilliant and very clear, and honestly, it really maybe it's not a huge step, but it's a very important step. And I mean, to be here today is like a dream come true or something like that. So I want to check if Dr. Montaperto and Dr. Mazzola are still connected, because we have now a short Q&A section. They are connected.
Yeah, it's here.
Okay, great. So if anybody of you has a question for any member of the panel, okay, so you can start, and then we have a question over there. Lydia.
Yes, well, I have actually an invitation and a question to Marie-Helena. The invitation would be, well, I noticed that you are part of the board of ENCA, and you may, well, I'm sure you know that ENCA is actually now associated partner to the For You For All group. So I would be personally very happy if you could join the work when the Work Package 3 on Policy Lab will work on the European approach and European degree, because I think that what you described could really maybe serve as a driving force to have more ministries engaged as well. And this links me then to my question, which is, you have clearly shown here that there is a necessary duo between the evaluation agency and the ministry. What would be your advice there? Because maybe I can just say that, for instance, in France, the agency HCRS, they are supportive of the European approach, but the ministry is not. So how can we deal with that?
What you have just said is very clear to me, because I didn't say that I'm also a member of the HRS College. So this is something that I know very, very closely, because I work with HRS quite a lot. Well, you know, there are two levels. There is an institutional level, and this has to be dealt with also by the Commission. I mean, it is very important to bring ministries more and more into the discussions, and the optimal, the very best way to do that would be to put those agencies and ministries around the same table. There are some instruments to do that, for instance, the Bologna follow-up group, but then what happens concretely is that, for instance, in the thematic peer group C on quality assurance of the Bologna follow-up group, there is a tendency to send quality assurance agencies and to send the ministry representatives to other tables, which is probably not the best way to deal with this. So, multiply occasions where ministries and agency representatives sit together at the same tables. This could be a good way to work. That's at the institutional level. Also, involvement by the Commission in making this possible is also very important. Then there is, of course, a personal level. I mean, it depends on how much you really want to push forward in this direction. And from this point of view, I can't say that Italian situation in these last 4 years was facilitated by the fact that there was a strong involvement from the side of ANVUR. Not only my personal involvement, I just read on a message that there is also the president of ANVUR listening to this event, and so Professor Antonio Ricchio. And there are here the representatives from the Conference of Rectors, both on the side of teaching and learning and internationalization, and representatives also on the Conference of Rectors with other roles. And what is important is that all the stakeholders sit around the same tables. So rectors, ministries, agency, and also the ENIC-NARIC. There is a strong issues concerning this automatic recognition of qualifications, which is very important. And this is working, let's say, it is working well in Italy. So I want to underline.
Do you want to comment as well, Dr. Mazzola, about that?
Now, just to underline that, I agreed with Marilena. It's very important that all the actors of the system cooperate to this pathway, and in this moment, we're working really well.
And we are really happy. So we have a question over there.
Yes, hi everyone, Tanguy from the Coimbra Group as well. I have a question also for the representative of ANVO. Your presentation was basically how you spent so many years implementing the European approach, the ESGs and everything. So how do you feel about the new criteria presented with the European degree and the fact that you will also have to implement them and you have to start the work again? Thank you.
You know that there is a huge discussion about that at an international level. So, I mean, there cannot be an individual position of ANVUR about that. It has to be understood at a European level how will the quality assurance community be involved and will have to deal with these new criteria, which are not, as you know, all criteria concerning quality assurance. I mean, there are also criteria that fall outside the perimeter of the competencies of the quality assurance agency. So what I can say now is that we follow the discussion, so we're very interested into following how these issues will develop, because there is today not a final answer on that. Because once you verify these criteria, there will also be a place where the outcomes of these verifications are kept, and then there will be also the need of periodic verification for that. And this, at the moment, is not within the ESG's framework, and it's not within the perimeter of the quality assurance procedure that we run at the moment. So this is something that has to be discussed, and a solution has to be found. But it is not yet. I mean, it cannot be positioned by ANVUR because there is not a position at a European level.
Thank you. And I have a last question, and then we move for lunch, which I address to both of you. I bring the discussion to Italian system. I heard from Marilena about this new platform that we could use in order to proceed with the new way of accreditation. So if you want to comment on how the platform will be available and when we can actually use it. Be very pragmatic. Thank you.
You want to say something, Matteo? Immediately. I mean, we are ready. We have already planned it. It's actually, Italian people know Cineca and know the workload that falls on their shoulders. We are soliciting the opening of the platform. Actually, we can now apply the European approach. I mean, the institutions must be able to do that. So it's just technical timing, I would say. Yes, and as I said, we are also discussing internally, and we'll discuss with the ministry, how to deal with a number of procedures that have already started. But only in the case that where the programs are then activated will then start in next academic year. In that case, also for procedures that have already started their path, we would like to find a solution to include them into the new procedure.
Thank you very much. I thanks both Michele and Marilena for the presentation, for the commitment, for the constant support. And I think we can move out for lunch, and the section will restart at 2. Let's try to be sharp as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that for sake of time, we should start in the meantime that the colleague will come back from lunch. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers that are in the panel, and we will try to cover after this morning different view from alliances, from the European Commission, from the Ministry and Quality Agency. We like also to understand the point of view of rectors of our university, of a former minister of our government, and from the Coimbra Group Executive Board member, the view on European degree. I didn't tell them to speak all in favor of European degree, so I have no idea what will come out from this discussion. I'm just simply hopeful that nothing very bad will be said about European degree. But let's start. So we start with the rector perspective. We have with us Mario Kartinen. She is rector of the University of Turku since last year, and Turku is a member of the ECU Alliance, and is also Mario Kartinen is also a member of the rector advisory group of the Coimbra Group. So we have also Liviu George Maha, which is since last year rector of the University Alexandru Ioan Cuza in Iași, which is also member of the ECU Alliance, and he's professor of the Department of Economics and International Relationship, Faculty of Economics and Business Administration. And finally, the third rector in the panel is Giovanni Molari. He's rector of the University of Bologna since 2021, and is a member of the rector advisory board group of Coimbra Group. So I like to ask all three of you a couple of questions just to find out your view on overall the European degree. So first of all, what according to your position can be the added value, if any, of the European degree in the academic framework? So maybe you want to start, Professor Kartinen?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here.
Maybe the microphone. Okay.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's been a wonderful 2 days here in Pavia. I don't think there is anything I can add to the intelligent and lively discussions we've already had today about the values and added value of these pursuits in Europe. What I think is that actually it's necessary if we as Europe want to survive towards in the future for the next generation. This is what we have to do, so the European degree is a good step forward. Then the other thing is that as we've heard already many times, it is nightmarishly difficult to get that going on and get the practices going on and really make the flow for the students easy. What I think is very importantly, we have to think about the policy objectives versus the obstacles that we have, and can we in all European countries really work for that? And the answer, of course, is yes. And there are so many advantages, and the added value comes from so many directions. But the one key thing is, and I think the only thing that matters in the end, is the students. So if our students get added value from these, from the European degree, yes, then it is a yes. For example, in our case, our students have been very eager at our alliance, ECU Alliance, to go for these programs and go for an exchange period abroad. And this is something that is against the grain in Finland, where students normally would not like to go anywhere nowadays. So the generation idea has changed that when I was young, everyone wanted to go abroad. Now they don't anymore. So this ECTU Alliance has really made a difference in that. So it is safe to go outside of your own university when you already know the other university, having been in teaching online and so on and so on. So this is one practical thing that we really enjoy. So the other points of an added value come from administrative thinking and work. So if we think that really when we get across the nightmarish steps, then we can finally start diminishing the administrative work, and I think this is a great added value in the future. And I hope that one point would be that this would also force universities to finally meet the criteria of the Bologna process. And this is a key difficulty in and within Europe. So if this happens, so we are very far ahead, and I would be very happy to see that. Then, of course, if everything goes well and we get the European degree next decade, we will all have more friends. I think that's always a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you. The last was a very great point. If I can ask to comment, Director Maha, maybe.
Thank you. Maybe it's better to stand so to be seen by everybody. Yes, at the beginning, let me thank to the organizers, Rector, Professor Svelt, also all the team, local team. They organized very well this event. So we are grateful that it was organized in this manner, because I think the rectors and the universities, participants here, we are between the first and the major beneficiaries of this type of debates and discussions, because I'm an economist. So first of all, I would like to be efficient, so I confirm everything Professor Kartinen said before. So this is the first part, but I would emphasize the let's say, strategic approach that we rectors, we have to have it, so to apply it, to implement it. So these European degrees and European labels have a huge impact on our strategic or a multidimensional impact on our strategy as higher education institutions or organizations, and also research, because they are related also to doctoral and the research activity in general. First of all, these European degrees, let's say, my remarks can be considered maybe some concluding remarks, because I was very involved in what was presented, and I noted also some ideas. I think that implementing this type of degrees and the European label, they can make our study programs more attractive. Not only the programs organized in this joint manner or integrated manner. In Romania, we use this term integrated study programs, usually for double diploma, for joint degrees. They can make our whole educational offer more attractive, because it confirms that we apply some standards, some quality standards, and we are in a network strong enough to guarantee, or at least to guarantee some premises for quality. So this can be also attractive in terms of foreign students, because this multilinguistical approach, at least for us, the Eastern European universities, for us it's difficult to attract foreign students from abroad, from outside European Union. Having these study programs organized, collaborating with universities with more experience in this field could be a good asset in increasing this attractiveness of our study programs for foreign students, so organizing them, teaching them in English or French or maybe Italian or other foreign languages. The second dimension, which will be impacted a lot, is related to this international approach. Internationalization is a current trend in higher education system, but having these joint programs and the European label applied for our programs, study programs in general, can be concrete result of these efforts within the alliances, the European, but also the international ones, the strategic partnerships. We, all the universities, we have some strategic partners, but also to extend this dimension. So the second one is reinforcing, but also getting some concrete results in terms of how internationalization and our activity within these alliances and cooperating groups can solve some problems. So this is the second dimension. The second one is related, as I said before at the beginning, to the doctoral studies and the research activities. In research, it's difficult to be performant in any field, in any domain. So using this, especially for doctoral programs, so having these European degrees can offer synergies, complementarities, and more competitive advantages of being a professional of international trade. I discussed in terms of competitive advantages for our universities. The fourth, but not the last, and it's also important for my university. We are located in the northeastern part of Romania. It's one of the, let's say, less developed regions in Europe. It's the second, let's say, not the last, but before it. But this region has some good results in the economic performance at regional level, and Iași, the city where our university is located, had in the last 10 years a huge progress in developing the IT sector, the technological, in general, technologies, outsourcing, business services, and so on. And for us, for the university, it's a challenge how to maximize the impact in the community, because we have to adapt our study programs to what the labor market needs to be able to offer as soon as possible, not in 10 years after we get experience in some fields and we get results and so on. That's why having this framework at the European Union level for us is an opportunity to be more flexible in terms of finding the suitable university and study program and maybe expertise and previous results to build a study program adapted to what the community needs. So in terms of impact at regional levels, so the own community is important. Fortunately, in Romania, because the second part of the question was related to what is happening in our countries, and fortunately, we had, or unfortunately, we have almost 30 years of darkness in this field. It was very difficult to organize a program, a joint program, a double diploma. It was a very, very complicated experience. I have a few colleagues who tried to, and they succeeded, but it was difficult. Now we have a new law for higher education. It was adopted in 2003. Last year, the Ministry of Education adopted the national framework, so a standard methodology for these integrated programs, which is more clear. So for us, it's a good premise to start this process, so making some programs operational. And the National Agency for Quality Assurance, because we had a representative in the panel before the lunch break, already adopted the guidelines for external evaluation assessment of this program. So now we have all the legal framework. It's a complete, so we can apply it. So for us, it's a good start. Of course, there are some problems. Ministry of Education started the consultation process within the National Council of Rectors. We have an association, an informal association in Romania. All the rectors, we are meeting 4 times per year, so pretty often, and we discuss the current problems. And one of them was this, each time we have a representative of the Ministry of Education, maybe the minister, but also deputy or somebody responsible. It was a topic in one meeting. And also it was one-to-one consultation, so ministry and each university, we had to offer an answer, our perspective regarding this European degree and European label. we raised two problems, and maybe they are important when we want to make operational this framework. One of them is making those criteria as objective as possible, not to be contested, because some criteria are, let's say, ambiguous formulated. What means impact in labor market? Yes, you can, some of us are mathematicians, or we can use statistics to prove anything if we want to, if we select what data we want. But it's important to be objective. So those criteria should be objective and easy to offer to the community, to the business environment, to I don't know, any other partner. So to prove that we really apply those criteria in designing our study programs. And secondly, maybe it's better not to neglect the necessity of gradual implementation. Maybe at the beginning to see what European label is meaning and how we can add it to some of our study programs, so to get this experience in fulfilling those criteria and applying some institutional measures, because it's important to have these policies at the level of the university, and then making some more important steps in what the European degrees are meaning. Particularly in Romania, we have a problem related to the bureaucracy, so I anticipate a problem related to the diplomas, how they will appear, because documents, paper is very important in Romania, so it will be a complicated process of negotiation between different institutions. But I think the results of the workshop we participated today and the results of the next activities within the Alliance and the Coimbra Group and in any other circumstances will be a real value for us, for the universities, and especially for the rectors, because we have to coordinate this activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rector. And now let's listen the opinion of Professor Molari, the Rector of Bologna.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. I would like, first of all, to thank Francesco Svelto for these two fantastic days together, for the hospitality, for the level of the discussions, also to Antonella for the coordination and the support of all the staff. I'm a strong supporter of the European degree because I think that is important not only for the students, but also for professors, staff, and all the community of our universities. I would like to start from the experience of our university, because we started 3 years ago with the first bachelor with a lot of universities involved in Europe, inside to the Alliance Europa. The course is a big success because we have a lot of students enrolled in 4 different universities. University of Bologna, Leuven, Jagiellonian, and Complutense of Madrid. We reach 360 students per year, then too much, and we try to reduce them in these years because it's too complicated to manage all this this number of students in all the universities. And also are involved other 5 universities for the mobility. In total, we have 9 universities involved in this degree. And it's not easy, but I think that is really important to try to solve with the support of our Ministry of Hamburg that try to simplify the procedures, to continue in this way, because it's a really big opportunity. For 2 main reasons. The first is that the title of obtained in Europe could be recognized everywhere, not only in the 9 universities involved in this bachelor, but also in the other, if you reach the European degree in Europe. But I think also that is not only a European goal, but also not European students could be interested in this kind of work. For the second reason in which I'm a strong supporter of the European degree are the reason highlighted by Bidot this morning from EU Commission. He tried to list the reason or the targets that we can reach with the European degree. Not only the interinstitutional collaboration, but also the multilingual opportunity, the multidisciplinary opportunity, the highly innovative of our courses. And to reach an European degree could be an opportunity also to renew our courses, because it's not so simple. I'm rector from 3 years and try to convince all the department to renew all the courses, but it's not so simple to convince our professor to change not all, but to try to follow the main lines that we are in the present, because the courses in some cases are old courses. Then the European degree could be in general a boost for the renew of our courses, a boost for integration of academic institutions everywhere in the worldwide, but also a boost for the collaboration between universities, societies, job market, companies, and institutions. Then I think that are the main goal of the European degree. There are others, but this could be a real advantage for our institutions.
Thank you. I think you highlight some important point of why and the added value that European degree will have for our institution. And now I have a second question, and maybe we can do the other way around in answering. That it comes from what actually Jean-Mel Bidot pointed out this morning, meaning that they are not going to intervene, because they can't, directly at the national and institutional level. So basically they give the balls to us. So what is your view on how we can help the Commission in getting good interaction with the Ministry and the Quality Accreditation Agency in order to help not only our nation, but also at international level, the European degree moving forward? Giovanni?
Okay, I'm completely aligned with the speech of this morning of Bidot. I think that, first of all, the organization of a seminary like this is really important at different levels to know each other, what are the different rules of our nation. But also a work at the national level. It's important to try to convince our ministry to work together to increase our interaction between the different governments. Another important work is represented by the alliances in which we are, because we have a lot of opportunity to build a common degree, not only bachelor that we are organizing Europa, but there are other master, as highlighted before. This is another opportunity to share our experience and to share the main problem of our experience, because there are problems, and we need to try to solve these problems. But as Bido has highlighted this morning, the main problems are two. First of all, money, and the second, the technological support. Money, because the fees are different, respect to the different level of students. The mobility have cost, and the risk is to have only elite students and not common students. And our goal is to have students with the same level, at the same level, not different level of students. And the risk of the European level could be this one. The second are the tool, because we try to work with 9 universities to share the careers, to share the different requests for, but I don't know, Raffaella try to list me how many signatures it will be necessary at the end of this year when the first years complete the 3 years of degree. Probably 1 million of signatures due to the different legislation in 9 different universities for 360 students. Then I don't know. It is important to have tools, common tools to share the information inside the different degree, the student's career, the different information, the different data requested by each legislation. Then this is the second main problems, to work on technological support, because this, in my opinion, are the 2 main problems. Thanks.
Thank you. And this is actually a very good point. Digital tools are fundamental within the Alliance, and will be fundamental when it comes to the European degree. And we are facing that issue in our Alliance as well. So very good point. Rector Maha, do you want to comment on any suggestion how to implement the ministry versus university interaction to arrive to the point? You briefly addressed that previously, but if you want to highlight some specific point?
Maybe it's about, let's say, mutual or reciprocal trust. Because usually the Ministry of Education is populated by bureaucrats, so yes, even some of them are maybe our colleagues, but at a specific level, let's say decision level, but not the top management of the Ministry of Education. So the others, they are more bureaucrats than specialists in higher education system. So maybe trusting what the community is considering appropriate for making this progress or make this process efficient. Yes, it would be important to have a good dialogue. And I saw in Romania last year, it was a pleasant surprise that the Ministry of Education was very careful to apply what the National Council of Directors and each university offered as an input for all these procedures. And the national agency, yes, it was a surprise. Maybe it's not, we didn't have this experience in other fields, but in terms of, a joke, because it's not recording, some colleagues told me maybe they didn't understand what it's about. So that's why it's better to believe or to trust what you are considering to be good, we directors. So dialogue. Dialogue is important, and trust in the specialists, in those who have to apply these measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rector. And now the words to Mario Kartinen.
Thank you very much. I couldn't agree more with the colleagues here. Very wise words. As you know, I come from Finland, and that is the skeptical north. And I have to mention these issues as well, because the situation is so different in different countries and different parts of the world. And if I think that who should we, as or myself as a rector, approach in this situation is the ministry. The Commission is easy, the ministry is not. So, and this is why our situations vary so very much. Of course, we have to approach them by showing the advantages of the European degree versus the dangers, and it is the dangers that are always in the minds of the ministry people. And in this, of course, we will need the students to tell them that, yes, this is what we actually want, as was said earlier today. And then, of course, because we have proof of the fact that the alliances have been very fruitful in European research funding as well. Not the alliances, but alliance-based research projects have been successful. So this is something the ministries always want to hear. But I thought, because I'm trying to be short, but I thought you might like to hear something more about our legal system in Finland. So just as an example to explicate why the North is so difficult. So in Finland, the legal status of universities is defined by legislation and is very clear. There is a university law, and it's a holy thing. Universities are autonomous public legal entities. As such, universities own property, act as employers, and are independently capable of engaging in legal transactions in both public and private law contexts. Additionally, universities have self-governance, which ensures the freedom of science, art, and higher education, and it also includes the right to make decisions on matters related to internal administration. This sounds like it would be easy to do something like a European degree, but it's really not. So, the Finnish legislation imposes specific obligations on universities when they exercise public authority. For example, we are bound by law and various other regulations applicable to public legal entities. Unlike in many other countries, the activities of Finnish universities in the field of education frequently involve the exercise of public authority. Such activities include decisions on student admissions, the revocation of or extension of study rights, the issuance of degrees, disciplinary actions, and procedures for appeals or corrections. And additionally, in Finland, a student's legal status is based on legislation, meaning that all students' rights and obligations must be established by law. And granting legal entity status to a university alliance, therefore, and then altering the legal status of Finnish universities would necessarily require extensive legislative changes in Finland. That means changing the university law, and that is a long, long process if the minister would like to do that. And so the important goals of European university cooperation are best achieved without having to establish a new legal entity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insight, and I appreciate the fact that you underlined the role of students, so that's good. I think that this is really important as well. So I thank the rector for the contribution, and I move to Professor Bianchi, which is Emeritus Professor of Applied Economics at the University of Ferrara, and he also served as a rector previously, and he was a regional minister of Emilia-Romagna, and lastly, he was part of the government of Ministro Draghi. So I like to have your view regarding a topic a bit different. We are actually, as academics, working on creating joint program, and we talk about European degree in a period where nationalism are actually quite strong at the European level. So can we be the one that move things in a different direction and really be useful and instrumental to create a Europe per se, a European citizen, or we are just dreaming?
Okay. thank you so much. And thank you, Francesco, for having invited me in this workshop. I was very impressed by the discussion of this morning and also the intervention of the rectors. Yeah, I was rector. I concluded my duty 15 years ago. Think about another story. I was very impressed because we had a very operational, practical workshop where everybody explained how difficult it is to try to put together universities. That is the top of our educational system that are rooted in our history, and we have to move up. Why is so necessary for Europe that we are moving in this direction? So, after the directors and before the Coimbra colleagues, let me just give you a rapid glimpse about the situation. Today, the day after the Trump Day in Washington. Okay. This graph, also, today I'm an economist, so that I know that nobody is perfect, but this is what we have to do. This is how changed the world economy in the last 50 years. You see that we have two moments, very important. One is 1989, where in some sense finished the post-war economy, collapsed Soviet Union. And after that started a period that we can call globalization. The second moment that is extremely interesting, tu pensi che ci sia anche un coso? No, it's too difficult. But we can see, is 2008. 2008, we have the crisis. This crisis was originated within the United States in a very simple way, because when we started this period after the collapse of the Soviet Union, where everybody can move in every situation, the first idea was that most of the American companies move to China. I have a personal experience of that period. I was in China that period. And I remember that these American managers said, look, these people in China, they give us good workers at very low cost, very low salary. And we can go there and produce and re-export everywhere. And what they need in an exchange of this very low salary? Nothing, only that we train the Chinese worker and we provide our technology. This idea that the training of the people in technology is nothing with respect was the real disaster. And what happened in that period was that in order to respond to this crisis, the American administration started to push the creation of low-rate credits. But when also the people tried to give back these credits, they were not able and started a period of failure. Local banks, medium banks, till Lehman Brothers, that it was too big to fail. But what is relevant for me is what happened in Europe. And this period after 2008 that you can see here, after a long period of rapid growth, we have this period of instability. But what happened in Europe? Also considering that we cannot understand this curve if you don't consider the global problem connected. The rapid increase in demographic growth in Asia and in Africa, the stagnation in Europe, and the rapid global warming. Huge global problems. But what happened? Happened and something changed in the history. After 2008, we have a very unstable, uncertain economic growth, but international trade started to go down. Why? Because this means that it was not a tangible economy determining the growth of the global world, but something more. Look at that. This is our problem. After 2008, United States restarted to grow up. Why? Because Obama administration, after the crisis of banks, after the crisis of the automobile sector, pushed the new economy. They invested all the money in the new economy. They created the monsters that we know now. But in any case, they solved the crisis in such a way. Look, China. China entered in the game, as I said, in the middle of the 90s, and they have a continuous growth. Look, Europe. Why is so different? The pathway of development of Europe with respect to the States and China. Why we have this moment of rapid growth and period of stagnation? The answer is very simple. Europe is growing up rapidly, and probably more rapidly than any other part of Europe, when we are working together. When the Europeans work together for unification, Europe is rapidly growing up. When in a moment of crisis, we decided to come back to national policies, we have stagnation. We are growing up in that period when we moved from the European community from the market economy to the European community. After that, we have the stagnation, and we have this extraordinary growing up in the 90s when we decided to work together and also to go over the most nationalistic policy, that is monetary policy. Unification of monetary policy, the extension of the union also to the countries that in the past were under the Soviet Union, is determining this rapid growth. The crisis of 2008 pushed the Europeans to come back to the national policy, to this idea that sovereignism is a solution. It's not a solution, because after 2008, we are condemned to stagnation. We are happy. Government say that we are in the most beautiful way when we have 0.5 of annual growth. When we have 0.2 more than Germany or France. Look at this story. Let me come back to this one. After 2008, it's not matter of tangible economy, because a new economy started, intangible economy, big data. And what is strange is that in Europe, we are investing. In Bologna, you know, we have the largest supercomputer in Europe, and we have other 4 supercomputer areas in Europe, and we have now this extraordinary HPE computer quantitative computer. It's not only a matter that we don't have enough people, we don't have enough strategic capacity, political capacity. And what is clear is that, look, this is the traditional economy. In 2000, the United States produced the 13.4% of the total amount of automotive in the world. Now is 2.7%. But also the others. We have to defend this sector because, of course, it's important. But it's clear that it's not here the future. And what is clear is that in the other sector that is called the new economy, at the beginning of the new digital sector, we know that semiconductor and electronic integrated circuits are produced in Asia. China, Taiwan, Japan, Korea, and in the circuits is Hong Kong, China, Taiwan. I don't see Europe here. I don't see Europe. But also if we move on the other side of the part of the story, we are arrived in a situation that never in the history we had such a level of concentration. Google is controlling the 91.4% of the global market of search machine market. Never. The situation is that there is no antitrust policy at this level. The only possibility is that Europe is able to react. But we are able to react only if we are playing all together. This is the story. But let me see also this table. This is the patent application of last year. The 45% of total patent application in the world are made in China. China is not the place of low salary. It's the place of massive investment in innovation. They have 3 times what the United States is doing. But the first European is Germany. We are something about less than 1/10 of China. We are there. We are at the bottom. Huh? I'm not able to see which fraction we are of the Chinese impression. On the other side, Europe is still the less unequal area in the world. What is impressing me is that the rapid Chinese growth determined dramatic social change in the Popular Republic of China. After 2008, the inequality index is doubled in China. Considering in China, in Beijing and in the coastal area, they have the rate of people that are not able to read and write is less than the 1%. In Tibet is 40%. So they have a lot of problems. But this is not just it's just not a solution for us. Europe is still the area where we invest more in welfare, more in education. But we are not able to derive from this evidence the fact that also this is our opportunity for the future. It's clear that we have a strong possibility to relaunch our situation if we are working together, if we are starting again from education. In Europe, welfare, health, education is doing the same role that in America is done by the defense industry. The real innovation in Europe is realized in the welfare sector, in particular, also in education. We did 3 years ago in New York the day of the opening of the General Session of United Nations, this workshop on transforming education to transform the world. All the references were about Europe. We are invested in education, and this means to invest in democracy. This is the real opportunity that we have, because we have the capacity to work on artificial intelligence, but applied to the needs of the people. We have the capacity to work on climate and environmental technologies, and also what we can call human technologies. We have the infrastructure, we have also the people. We have also probably an amount of money. Think about the recovery plan. This was divided country by country, and inside every country by province. But that amount of money was enough to look for a relaunch of Europe. But we have to decide. We have to work together. And for this reason, I think that is extremely important, the role of university. In this period where I said that we have once again this coming back to this idea of sovereignism out of time as a solution, I want to stress here that we need to work together in order to have the dimension, to have the complementarity, to have the vision that is necessary to play not just for us, but because Europe is the place in the world where freedom, democracy, and as UNESCO said, also peace is connected to the capacity of generate innovation and to diffuse innovation to everybody. And so that I feel that the European degree is necessary, because it's very difficult, I know, I understand, I'm sympathetic with all of you that is working in such a difficult situation, but is probably the only way that now we have to try to unify the European system from the bottom up. And this is crucial, not just to have a sort of technological autonomy, but also the political independence for the whole of Europe, and to guarantee Europe to play a positive role in this moment where there are people around the world that are not believing in democracy, they are looking to destroy any kind of freedom. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the speech and to underline the relevance for European countries to work together, and that we can translate in our sector like let's the university work together with the ministry and together with the accreditation agency. So I think that this was a very nice message of the speech. And let's move now to the Coimbra Group representative and try to get the perspective of Coimbra Group, which is academic network that is historical, has been founded in 1985 and formally constituted with a charter in 1987. We are lucky. We have for the Execo EB board member with us today, including the chair of the Coimbra Group. So we have Ludovic Tilly, that is the Vice Rector for European University at University of Poitiers, coordinator of the General Alliance ECU. He's full professor and researcher at the University of Poitiers in France, and is specialized in material science and solid-state physics. And here is the his role now is like the chair of Coimbra Group Network. We have then Daniel Denogue, I hope I pronounced the last name correctly. He is professor at the Department of Geography and co-director of Durham University Institute for Data Science. And he's an EB member of the Coimbra Group, and it has a very relevant role since 2023. He's our treasurer. Then we have Coco Noren. She's also a member of the executive board of the Coimbra Group. She's a deputy chancellor of Uppsala University, and she's professor of French. And then last but not least, we have Eva Voldrikova-Berenkova. Okay? She's, again, executive board member of the Coimbra Group, and she's vice rector for international affairs at Charles University in Prague. So let me start with a question for Daniel and for Coco. What could be, in your vision, the role that a network such as Coimbra Group can have in implementing or fostering, provide suggestion for the establishment of European degree?
Okay, thank you very much, Antonella. Pleased that you came to a member from the United Kingdom straight after Professor Bianchi's talk about integration and coming together. So, first thing to say, I mean, I have a few points to cover, but I think it is actually important to say a little bit about the way the timing of the alliances and the timing of the European degree programme. And of course the Brexit process, because this has been a very frustrating period for UK universities. We have 3 UK universities. We have the University of Durham, my university, Edinburgh, and the University of Bristol. And of course all of those universities wanted to be involved in alliances, and all of those universities actually have international programs, double degree programs, Erasmus Mundus programs, all that sort of thing. So the European degree program that the Coimbra Group was really involved with from the very outset, actually, and I think Ludovic will probably talk more about that, so I won't dwell on that, was being in an alliance was very important to be able to see how the process evolved, but also incredibly frustrating from a UK university to not actually be engaged and to be to have finances to engage. That was really frustrating, and it's a frustration we still feel today. But we're now seeing more UK universities, including my own, joining, for example, the Arcus Alliance as an associate partner. And there is actually no reason, there is no reason why the UK universities could not participate in this. Probably the main reason would be financial, but we'll come back to that. So very quickly, the sort of points I wanted to make in terms of where the role of the Coimbra Group lies. I mean, first of all, the Coimbra Group has been, hugely involved in the alliance process from the beginning. Others, I'm sure, will talk about that. Involved in the Bologna process for even longer. We've also been involved actually in using our membership to do surveys about internationalization, so that when we come back to look at the impact of some of these degree programs, we may actually be able to compare what the situation was before we started these programs and before we started the alliances, and I think that's really important to benchmark, and that's the one thing a network can really do. But the other thing that we do is we work together as trusted partners. And we all sort of know that, and we sort of know each other, and that's hugely helpful from an intelligence gathering point of view, because, as has just been explained, this is a competitive world, this is an international market. And one of the working groups that we have is in employability. And so for several years, I actually had the privilege as being the EB representative that sort of, so we say, overlooked that process. And employability is enormously important, actually, to be able to share intelligence on that, to see what's happening across different countries, the way that universities are actually helping and assisting their students, the way that students actually have the skills to be able to work right across the European Union and beyond. So there was a question raised earlier about why pursue a European degree, and I think the message that came back was employability, advantage in the job market. It was also talked a little bit about gaining relevant skills, and there was something about value for money. I mean, one thing that actually hasn't come out of this is what we might do actually in identifying where the real skills shortages might be. And I think there's more work to be done on that, because one thing I noticed was that there wasn't very much of a diversity of European degree programs being discussed this morning, in fact. So there were some interesting programs on health and, well, I should flick over, there's a whole range of things, health, some things on data science, which was great, but actually a relatively narrow range of courses being developed. So clearly we're going to have to scale up that. But the other question, of course, I think that is really vital, and perhaps where a network can help, is the other question about why recruit a student from a European degree? To what extent are we actually engaging with employers, or actually those wanting to pay for their students' education, parents? So the Coimbra Group is actually a network of, we probably train over 1 million students. That's an enormous number of people if we can get messages out to those markets. And I think that's a huge part of what the Coimbra Group can do in terms of communication. And I know we're involved in quite a lot of communication network. So those are the key things that I see, is the fact that we can share intelligence, we can actually adapt our working groups to look at some of the critical areas. There's clearly going to be a lot of demand to be able to respond to changing job markets. That's going to be hugely important in the future. And having an organization like this, that I'm sure others will explain, how they can actually talk to not only governments, but obviously the Commission and so on, to actually think about how these things should be properly funded so that we can compete on an international stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Do you want to comment on that, Coco?
No, I can just echo Danny. I agree with everything that you have said, but I can just add that the Coimbra Group is a network with 40 members, and all of those 40 share some common features. Old, smart, and comprehensive, to put it very, very bluntly, which means that we are sort of having a sense of family, and we can always share good practices and experiences. And also, as in all families, some members are closer and some members are more distant, but you can always find another university with which you have bilateral agreements and so on. So it is really a good place. And also, if I can go back to what Mario said, and also what Monsieur Bidot said earlier, is that we tend, the Nordic countries tend to stay outside while being inside. We look at the EU, even if we are members, and sort of talk about them. And I think it's very important for us to be integrated with the rest of Europe. And it's for many reasons. One of them being what you mentioned about being a public legal entity and so on. And you could be astonished, because the most integrated member of the EU is the Norway, which is not a member of the EU. And if I can comment on the Swedish case, is like we've always been a bit skeptic about everything. So it's not only about the European degree, it's anything that is change and anything that comes from continental Europe. You have to be very critical and very careful, because they might be wrong and we might always be right. But when we are convinced of something, we want to be best in class. So for example, it took us a very long time to form the alliances, but once people were on board, now 50% of all the higher education institutes in Sweden are a member of an alliance, which is quite a nice number. When we started to talk about the European degree, and that was as late as November, so it's 6 months after the blueprint came out, everyone was very skeptical, of course. But now it starts to sort of, we start to be more and more convinced about the necessity of having it. And I think one part of it, it's not only that Swedes are slow in general, it's that I think this is part of a much larger political discussion. And since yesterday, I think people feel much more, even more than ever, the sense of emergency of an integrated Europe. And if you look, I mean, if you, Mr. Minister, it's a bit unfair to speak after Mr. Former Minister because he put all this so well, but the general discussion is whether or not you consider Europe being a United Nations of Europe, or if you want to really support the subsidiarity and the member state autonomy. And I would say that Sweden has been much more member state autonomy than integrated Europe. So everything that comes out from that ground attitude to things, I mean, it sort of influences all the different discussions about more concrete things. I think we might have a slow discussion in Sweden, and we have that with the ministry also, but it is changing. And we have a system in Sweden which is quite easily adapted to a more flexible system, because we have like Lego blocks. It's like freestanding courses that you stack one upon the other to get a general diploma. It's harder with the professional programs, but I think that goes for any country, for medical doctors, pharmacists and teachers and so on. I think the reluctance in Sweden relies on quite a peculiar, because as I mentioned earlier, my personal opinion is that this is something very good for all the reasons that have already been mentioned. But what we have to overcome in Sweden is the discussion. We won't try to work on the administrative obstacles because there are administrative obstacles, which is not a very constructive way of looking upon things. If I would try to nuance, because we are also very positive in this room, which I'm very happy for, but if I can nuance a little bit the discussion, is that it didn't come from Monsieur Bidot, but if you read the blueprint, or if you listen to the general argumentation of the commissioners, it's a lot about labor market gaps. It's a lot about the European economic growth. It's a lot about preparedness. It's a lot about security. And I understand as a politician that these are important things, and these are the things that politicians are responsible for. But I think something that we have said, and many have mentioned, what is important for universities is the creation of knowledge. Its originality is to create free choice and opportunities for our students. So I would really like to stress the student perspective here. We are not doing this in order to be a sort of brick in the big geopolitical puzzle. We are doing this for academia and for our students and for research. So I might be a little bit afraid that academia is now too compliant to the political goals of the European Union. I think we should stop and reflect sometimes and feel that we are doing this because I wouldn't like the university and academia to lose its soul and heart along the way. So that would be my final comment.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I think that we share this warning with you as well. Although I do think that as academic, we are the one pushing on this direction more than the other way around. So yeah, just be aware not to avoid what you just described, but also be aware of the fact that a lot of things are in our hand now. So yeah, thank you very much. And now let's move to Ludovic and Eva. And I want you guys to comment on how do you think the establishment of an European degree can foster more the international collaboration with respect all the programs that already exist. So I don't know if Eva or Ludovic want to start.
Thank you, Andrea. Not only for the floor, but also for the invitation. To start, I would like to point out that at Charles University, we have been running some joint double or multiple degrees before these discussions around the European degree began. However, we faced major obstacles, the worst of which was probably the huge administrative burden on individual academics who often improvised similar programs for free in their spare time. The Czech legislation in the field of accreditation and quality assurance also didn't really facilitate any more extensive joint curricula. By the way, I myself was the very first student in the co-tutel between Charles University and Sorbonne, and despite the goodwill from both sides and despite the fact that co-tutel are much easier to implement than European degrees, it was kind of 3 years of bureaucratic hell. So that's why we strongly welcomed this European initiative, and within our 4U Plus Alliance, Charles University embarked on this pilot project called ED-Affiche, you already mentioned, which means European Degree Advancing, Facilitating and Fostering International Collaboration in Higher Education. And the work package we were in charge of consisted largely on collecting data on international joint programs in terms of practice and regulatory legislation, and then of the subsequent analysis. So we carried out a questionnaire survey for ministries, providers of international study programs, quality control agencies, students, and employer representatives. And here are some just shy results for the moment. So our research showed that a single European degree would help to remove some barriers, particularly in the area of accreditation, of course, because accreditation is, for the moment, perceived by universities as the most difficult to harmonize and across legislations. Reducing the bureaucratic burden was also cited by some universities as a major advantage of the project. Students particularly welcomed the opportunity to study in several different European or even non-European countries with mobility windows or other things directly included into their programs. We have seen a positive response from employers to the European degree as a means of facilitating recruitment through more transparent international rules, the opportunity to work more closely with universities, and also to make Europe more attractive to neighboring countries. Very often there was also an economic argumentation, for example, the idea that the removal of bureaucratic barriers and the sharing of human and material resources would lead to more efficient and economical use of public budgets. And last but not least, there were also some considerations about more intensive cooperation with those countries whose national legislations were not compatible with the common European framework so far, which hampered our efforts for joint science or teaching. So in general, I would like to say that also we are aware of the fact that the European degree still exists in a sort of embryonic stage, if I may, and of an idea that may still take years to implement. We see it as a very strong brand, potentially, for the future, and I would therefore summarize our overall position as cautiously optimistic.
Thank you very much, Eva. So, Ludovic, do you want to comment on, or maybe if we can have the microphone now?
Sorry.
Eva, you can pass the microphone to Ludovic, maybe?
There was some water, if you have something to... Yeah, thank you very much, Antonella, and I second Eva and all the participants to also warmly thank you for organizing this very important workshop. Well, I would maybe directly echo the vision from Minister Bianchi and translating it or taking it and make it mine and translating it to the higher education system. Because basically what you described for the whole European Union, I believe, could apply directly to the higher education system. And with this, I would like to say that anything today that can help the development of joint degrees across institutions in Europe, we could also discuss with non-European institutions, but let's go step by step, but already making more joint programs within Europe is anyway an added value in itself. We can call it the European degree, we could call it differently. It doesn't mean anything, the name. What's important is indeed that we can find ways to remove all those legal barriers to make this simple. And when I say all legal barriers, I mean at all the different levels. We have discussed a lot about the national barriers. I can say that we can maybe also recognize that sometimes we can put barriers to ourselves within our own institutions. Probably universities are among the institutions that are very happy in setting rules and different policies that at some point become also blocking for their own development. So maybe we could also look internally and remove some of our internal barriers. But all those barriers, if we can remove them, that's anyway an added value. That's a sort of prerequisite. But then I see much more, let's say, targeted or focused areas of improvement that the European degree could bring, is that this can really be seen as a driver for more innovative curricula. For instance, I see in my own discipline, I'm a physicist, we are doing those dual degrees in physics or material science for ages. And all of our universities have been doing this. But look at what it is. Usually it's that you spend a semester abroad in a department where teachers are teaching more or less the same as you do, it's just in a different language, and then they get a joint degree and we are all happy. Is this innovative in the 21st century? I'm not sure. So maybe European degree could be really the push so that we put people around the table and, okay, can we scratch our head and do things differently and much more ambitious? The second added value could be that could also be a driver for more research-based curricula. Because again, we have this habit of just perpetuating the same curricula. I mean, honestly, again, if I look back to my physics department, every 5 years when we have the renewal of all the accreditation and so on, we are just here trying to save our number of hours. And are we innovating there? Again, we are here in the room. We can be honest. Sometimes we could be much more innovative as well. And research is probably the best way to keep the most innovative curricula by enriching with the latest discoveries, with fully integrating the research components, not only in the teaching, but also the way we train through research, for research. So that's the second added value. The third one would be the interdisciplinarity. In the case, in particular, of the ECU Alliance, we have built truly interdisciplinary joint master program. And this has launched, maybe it's still embryonic, but this has launched for all the colleagues involved a change of paradigm. Like, oh, actually, yes, we can build a curriculum that is making sense by having people in energy with people working on rural policies and so on. And that makes the whole difference. And basically, then we turn into a so-called challenge-based approach, which is a totally new way of just considering how we can train the students. And the fourth one would be that maybe at some point we can make Bologna process a reality? Question mark? And I will stop here.
Very provocative. Thank you, Ludovic. Thank you very much. I wanted to close the roundtable with the ex-Ministro Bianchi, but he will have to leave, so let me ask him a question before to close with the Coimbra Group representative. I just want to have your opinion on how the national government should support the European Commission in this educational challenging toward the more structured joint program. Quickly, your
yeah, very
your
rapid.
view.
I don't know.
This one or the previous one?
No, the answer is really I don't know. What I know is that it's time that the university around Europe, they try to work together in order to push the government to take responsibility for this kind of problem. We are living in a very dramatic moment. Yesterday we heard something that it was unbelievable in the ceremony. And is quite risky that also most of the European government are simply considering that our activity is not relevant. It's time that, as you said, as Coco said, that university, people in the university say very clear that there is no possibility of coming back to sovereignism to face the global problem. The global problem is matter of knowledge, is matter of freedom, is matter of university, so that our voice is extremely important. At the time, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I have to leave probably before the time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Francesco, and thank you to all our people in the university. I hope that we can understand how we are important for freedom.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's do the second round of questions for the Coimbra Group member, and to Danielle and Coco. I'd like to ask how the blueprint release changed in your nation and, for what you know, in the nation of the Coimbra Group members.
Okay, well, so at one level for the UK, that might be a very short answer.
That's okay.
But in actual fact, actually, I spent, for my sins, I spent 4 years in charge of postgraduate education in my university. And that involved a lot of degree program accreditation. So I became quite familiar with our quality assurance agency and those processes. And in all honesty, I've only just had a quick glance at the blueprint, and we had a bit of an overview of it. But I think in terms of the quality assurance aspect of what the UK does and how we accredit our programs, I actually don't see any fundamental problem at all. And also our universities they're not as bound at postgraduate education by national legislation as one might think. Ludwig made the point that we put in rules ourselves that actually slow down the process of innovation, particularly in new program development. So in all honesty, in the UK, I really don't see, I think the problems actually are more with the usual sort of Bologna alignments of duration of degrees, semester structure, language, fees. These are the practical issues actually that often prevent joint program development. So I think I wouldn't worry so much about that. But there are other things I do worry about. So Ludwig made a point about we're best when we bring our research and our own ideas, the innovation that we have in our own subject areas to our students, because very often our students, they are the future after all. They may actually be brighter than us for taking ideas forward. So we've really got to respect that. But the other problem is that anybody who's ever gone through an accreditation process knows how it almost drains the life out of you. And that's been said so many times. And that's a real problem because do you encourage, and this was mentioned in the blueprint actually, do you invest enough in the staff to make this happen? Because actually, they might be saying, I'm going to invest more time in my research because it's better for my career. So are you really incentivizing your best researchers, which are probably going to be your best teachers? They're probably going to be the people that are going to inspire your students the most to really get involved in these innovative programs. Now, the other issue, I think, from the UK perspective is, the fee structure is very different from a lot of Europe. And so the things that we used to look at a lot and we used to question were the market research, where you're really doing your homework and thinking, well, am I going to get enough students to actually justify the investment in the staffing and so on in the program? Now, of course, that is something we're actually joining forces with really good partners to produce a diverse and also very attractive education program that goes back to my previous point about also one wants freedom because one never knows where the next great idea is going to come from, but also the students also know they want jobs. So combining that actually, and very often, one thing that we see a lot of our students wanting, particularly in postgraduate education, is things like work experience. And do we have programs that actually bring in relevant industries, bring in people, a variety of different kind of experiences to the students, because that's hugely attractive actually if one can bring that perspective from across Europe and also from across disciplines. So that's why I see this as very exciting. I think the UK has also sort of got to be quite careful itself, being too isolationist and also being too sort of totally market driven. I do fear that, but I don't see the problem actually with the accreditation process. I think it is a political process about how much you want to invest in higher education, for sure. So there is a sort of central government issue there, but there's also a university issue as well as to how we adapt actually from very traditional structures to thinking about innovative degrees. And I'm sure every institution is quite similar in that respect. We're embedded in our departments and our workload is calculated in that way. And to think about being more flexible is hard. And when I was in my other job in faculty level, it was quite hard to try to make heads of department make things happen and to be flexible because they had a different budget criteria. And so I do take the point that we need some stimulus. And what if the stimulus is that these degrees are really attractive, this is really the future, then universities will shift that dial. It's going to be slow, and I think that was said today, but of course if the European Commission can start, and if countries like Britain can keep our eyes on this process and get involved, I think that will be hugely helpful. And also, you know, it's interesting with the Nordic situation. We have quite a lot of links with Norway and Sweden, of course. And yeah, and Norway are actually quite flexible and quite adaptive as well, which is quite interesting actually. So I'm hopeful for the future, but I'm also sort of realistic. But I think this is the fact we've actually got quite a lot of UK universities interested in joining the Coimbra Group. Actually, quite a lot of people have made inquiries post-Brexit. So that's another indication that the universities are not necessarily following the political stream of our politicians. They're actually thinking, actually, there are opportunities to re-engage and to be stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Coco, do you want to share your thoughts?
Perhaps it's a bit silly to go back to these cultural differences, but Sweden is like, you know, the little sibling walking 10 meters behind everybody else, but still following. So that would be my picture of my lovely home country. But I'm also thinking, because the question was, what do you think will happen in your country in the future? Mm-hmm. And I mean, I've been teaching at Uppsala University for 32 years, and I've seen small changes like, you know, introducing a new template or a new technical platform, and people have been so panicking about small things. I've seen the Bologna process in the 2006, where we had to rewrite all the curricula. When MOOCs were introduced, and everybody loved it, and Swiss didn't, but once it was obsolete, all of a sudden we wanted to do MOOCs. When the alliances were introduced, we were super critical, because we thought this is not collegial at all, this is a top-down thing for university managements, and so on and so forth. So I think that we will come on board as a collective academic group, but it will take us some time. And if I go to any Swedish university, you would never feel this enthusiasm and this visionary stance that you often have. And I think that when I come to the countries of south of Europe, I go home and I'm so optimistic. And then I feel that I just running into a wall. So I have to come and visit other people from time to time to re-energize myself. But if I go back to what Ludovic said, because if we look at the European degree per se, what can it do? And we have been mentioning, for example, research-based education. We have mentioned multidisciplinarity, multilingualism, cultural competence, employability, etc., etc. But to be honest, we could have done all of that without European degree. So why would a European degree be a game changer? I think one thing is mobility. That's in the core of the idea. And why is the European degree important for mobility? It's not only to get rid of the administrative burden. From a student perspective, I mean, the generation now of students, their formative years have been pandemic, war, climate change, and exactly as Mario mentioned, they are so thirsty for security. It's not like when we were young. I mean, when I was 18 and graduated from high school, I mean, I was standing at the train station with my 2 bags the next day, so eager to discover the world. I mean, the generation now is not at all like that. And in Sweden, and I know that goes for the other Nordic countries, there are so many more people coming in from abroad than Swedes or others going out. But most of the people coming in don't come from European countries, they come from the rest of the world. So this is a way to make our younger generations discover the world, but in a way that they feel safe. So I think that's one of the key things. And the other thing is, all these things that we could have done without the degree, why haven't we done it? I think what the degree can do is that it pushes you for renewal on all dimensions. I mean, it just throws all the pieces up in the air so we can put the puzzle in a smarter way and have a reform of higher education. So I'm still positive.
Thank you very much, Coco. So to Eva and Ludovica, a final question. University is research, is education, and is outreaching. Can you comment on which kind, if the European degree will have an impact on these three university pillars?
I have only three very brief remarks. The first one concerns education, because I think that if we are successful in that, students would have almost unlimited combinatorial possibilities and could take advantage of study programs all over not all over the world, but all over Europe. And it would also make it easier for students from poor countries or social disadvantaged backgrounds to access otherwise very expensive study programs at prestigious universities, which would contribute to social inclusion. This idea of inclusion is very much discussed now in Prague, because we are just realizing that inclusion is not only about physical mental health, but that we have many students from difficult regions, and we have in Eastern European countries, we have many students that are the first representatives, the first generation to have a university degree. It's something completely new. So this was the first point, social inclusion. For me, it's important. The second point, the circulation of brains and all these innovative approaches. I was quite amazed by the fact that after the COVID pandemic, there was such an acceleration of online meetings and sharing of electronic resources and joint publications and so on. So maybe if we combine physical mobility, which is very important, I am strongly for, with these virtual possibilities, we could have increasement in scientific cooperation. So it seems to me very important. And the third point is the regional dimension of the thing, because we have been talking about international cooperation, of course, innovative approaches and so on, but I can imagine that teams from several countries could just work together on a specific habitat or to find solution for local businesses in the borderlands or addressing security problems. So this regional characteristic would be also important for me.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Ludovic, do you want to comment?
Yeah, well, actually, again, I would like to echo what Coco was saying, that you put it very nicely somehow, how I wanted to share, which is that indeed European degree is just a new driving force for forcing us to sit on the table, all of us, and just design the best curriculum we can do with all the new knowledge recently developed. So if we reach that point, which I would consider as a curriculum that is challenge-based, interdisciplinary, and gathering all the most innovative pedagogies, then actually I would say that by default, there will be automatically an impact on education and research. And to exemplify this in the case of all the alliances that we see to which Coimbra Group is connected, we see a variety of structures which have been called hubs, virtual institutes, whatsoever, but they are all having in common that they put together teams where teachers and researchers, sometimes they are the same people, only one brain, they are sitting together. And actually, through the design of such a joint program, fully innovative, they realized that actually they could also do a research project together. And that they submit a proposal to Horizon Europe or whatsoever. So the impact is immediate. So that's already the first impact. There is another dimension that we have not so much discussed, which is at the doctoral level. When I was much younger, and I think it still exists, we had this European label for a PhD thesis, and when you were spending 3 months in a foreign institution. If we could really have here a European degree, a European PhD degree that is really relevant, we could also use it to boost the co-tutelle PhD thesis, which from the regulatory viewpoints are in the paper very simple, but to make them recognized is always like again a nightmare. For something that is very simple, a joint co-supervision, and you just agree on the way you will finally have a joint jury and etc. So why are we making these things so difficult? I don't know. So that could be a way to again simplify this for the European PhD degree. Of course, we mentioned this already many times, but that could be really one of the hallmarks of Europe, this European degree, and boost the attractiveness outside Europe. We see that already, that some of these alliance joint degrees, they receive more applicants from non-EU countries than EU countries. Actually, that's somehow a pity, because it means that a lot of the EU efforts will probably serve, maybe that's good, but less the EU students than non-EU students. That's a different, maybe a different discussion. But this overall will clearly boost Europe attractiveness. And the whole higher education system in Europe as well. The Master Mundus were a good example. They were really bringing a new waves of foreign students in our universities. The drawback was that after the duration of the project, it was so much resource demanding that basically a lot of them just stopped. All that knowledge disappeared. Again, a shame. And maybe also, I think it was Danny, if I remember, said that indeed we need also clearly, maybe through that, although the link is maybe not so direct, but maybe we could also use the European degree to better recognize the efforts that our colleagues, teachers and researchers are putting in designing these beautiful curricula. That when they put in their CV that they launched European degree, this is really recognized. And there maybe we could have a link with the European policy because the Directorate for Education has launched some policies for the teachers' careers recognition. And on the other side, the DG Research is launching as well some research careers initiatives, and still they do that separately. They still did not understand that we do education and research. So at some point we really have to tell them it's the same coin. So, but yeah, again, I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Ludovica. And indeed, one of the problems is the recognition for the teachers that are involved in building up the program and also in running the program. So this is actually something that we should probably, it will deserve another workshop because it is one relevant thing that too often we forget. So thanks for raising this up. And I have a final and unexpected question that I like to address to all the person in the panel. Let's start with the rector and then with the Coimbra representative. And it comes to me during lunchtime, having a conversation with a colleague of mine. Do you see the European degree as a bottom-up or a top-down reality? If you think about, do you think that the European just want us to, or you think that it's something that we want to? Just to have a fair opinion from the rectors and from the professor of the executive board. Just curiosity.
Bottom up, sure, because we started before any top-down suggestion, then bottom up.
Thank you. Because it is like that for me, I just want to make sure that we all actually...
Yes, I think it's the same. My opinion is the same. So it started from, so it was about a lot of initiatives between, so agreements between different universities. Now it's time to like organize this information and make it in a wider perspective at European level. So having a framework in order to recognize them and to know for sure what we want to do if we want to use these best practices. And yes, maybe for the doctoral studies here it will be the huge impact because we face in Romania this problem of, let's say, implementing this co-supervision doctoral programs is difficult to find the same method with each partner state because the legislation is different. So now we'll create European degrees for each doctoral program, so considering each PhD student as a doctoral program. So we'll define this program in order to make it simpler. So bottom up, yes.
Thank you. Mario?
I very much agree. I think it's definitely bottom up. And I think that, for instance, the alliances have just brought some kind of nice funding and structure towards the greater good. And I have to say that even though the Finnish situation is as I described, all but one of our universities are a member of some alliance. So only one is outside the alliances, and even they wanted to go with it. So it means that these are really, really important, and universities are always very fast to grab take care, sort of get into action when the situation is good. So all we in Finland really want is that we get some extra money from the government, as many governments do give that money, but we don't have that. So that's the next step. But bottom up, yes.
Yes, Coco.
Do not agree.
I know, that's why. No, I'm kidding. Please, Coco. At the microphone.
So, je fais la compliquée. Okay, so now we are speaking about bottom-up and top-down as it was two theoretical entities, and we have one voice at one level talking about the same thing as another voice on another level. But I mean, all this is a very complex interactions between different movements and different time in history and different groupings. I mean, if we look at, in the beginning, the Bologna process, when it came, and we were all rewriting the curricula, I mean, it was a clear top-down initiative. But then when people starting to realize, I mean, the importance of it, it was coming from beneath at the same time. And also, if you look at small educational programs, I mean, they were jumping on the train much faster because they saw what was in it for them. But if you go to like professional programs as medical doctors, I mean, they are so slow moving, they wouldn't change if they didn't have a knife on their throat. And it's the same thing now. So I would say that how it is perceived at this particular moment is, if I went home and I said, you must understand the importance of the European degree, people would say, typical top management. This is top down. We haven't said anything about this. And then you let it mature, and then they realize that their colleagues in the other European universities are starting to moving and they see the point of it. Then all of a sudden they come running and say, why haven't we changed more quickly, why hasn't university management enabled this process to go smoother? So I can't see how you could theorize about, this is not a binary question for me. Let's put it like that.
Danny, do you have an opinion?
I said earlier that I spent 4 years in this post. So let me just tell you one story. So we appointed a very senior professor in politics who'd written the book Democracy, come from a very prestigious university. And when he was appointed, I think the Vice Chancellor agreed that he could set up 2 master's programs in the interview panel. And then he gave me the job of going and telling him that he couldn't. Because the cost of setting this up was just so prohibitive. So we had a very, very, very tense relationship before we then built up a course from, if you like, from the bottom up after that. But this is so typical, actually. You get things that just thrown at you from the top, if you like, some ideas that come up, and then you get other things where somebody says, well, actually, we've got to look at this from an institutional and financial perspective. The question is, well, in my experience is exactly the same as Coco's. It's chaos, actually. And because the only, one of my sort of current jobs is in our Institute for Data Science, and that was interesting because we had an idea that came bottom up from our physics department, which was about translating research and also PhD level studies in advanced data science. That was actually coming from our astronomers, who are actually really, really good on this sort of stuff. And the idea was, well, actually, there is a way of translating this into a more grounded master's program for a broader range of students. And the challenge was to try to convince the computer science department to teach a course where the ideas were all from physics. And that, oh, well, gosh, that took 3 years or something to get to that point. So it's just this question of, as Ludovic said, there are ideas there. The question is, how do we translate those ideas into something that, and that's within one institution, that's not even across institutions. So I think the message is, actually, we need to share the reality of some of these experiences and be quite honest with each other about the difficulties. And I saw that today, actually, with some of the presentations. It was really good to see that. Because actually, once you sort of realize that everybody's facing these challenges, then it's possible to actually see a way through it. So again, I'm just a born optimist, but I do think it's not a simple bottom-up, top-down, because there are institutional priorities and there are people who want to do the impossible, and you just have to sort of save them from themselves.
Thank you, Daniel. Eva and Ludovic, and then we wrap up.
In general, is it okay?
Yeah, I think for Ludovic. Yeah.
So in general, I'm for the bottom-up approach, but as long as I am a part of this generation of academics who has been improvising bottom-up approaches for 25 years, I need to say that we are a little bit tired. And then something like a top-down assistant would be great.
Thank you, Eva. Ludovic?
Yeah, well, actually, to me, the European degree is the perfect example of when the bottom-up meets the top-down. Because, honestly, when we all launched this work to have joint degrees and so on, we realized all the barriers we had, the legal barriers, and what we were asking was actually to the member states, can you remove these barriers or make them homogeneous, and then we have a single rule. And by the way, can the Commission help us here? And I think that we were not, honestly, specifically asking for a new type of degree. We just wanted to simplify the processes. And then I believe that the Commission realized that this was, for them, a unique opportunity to also revive the Bologna process, and through, in particular, some aspects which were still hard, in particular because of the member states' fears and many other reasons. So in the end, we probably don't have the same motivation, the Commission on the top-down and we on the bottom-up. But what matters is that in the end, probably the European degree could solve both aspects. And as long as we are all happy with that, that's fine.
Thank you very much. And with only 5 minutes of delay, let me thank you all the panel. Very nice discussion and the thoughts that you share with us. All the people that were present in the audience until the end, all the rectors, the executive board, Coimbra group member, the representative of the alliances, all the colleagues, administrative and professor. Thank you very much, because I think it was a very fruitful workshop. Thank you.
Ciao Giovanni. Thank you very much, Ludovic. Thank you, really.